shoes and walk among the groups of two. It's not ideal, it's just how we feel. It's a shame we're easily amused. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. Cast a stone and hit a hardcore view. Catchphrase of the day is that it's true. There's no coffee talk and only one way to please. It's a shame what you do moves me. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. Yeah, I'm not looking for a windswept view. Our change has changed. Nothing's new. Right heart, new song. Mad news. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. If I could know what would do wrong, I'd take this the only cure for this forward motion. This the only cure for this forward motion. This the only cure for this forward motion.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Rebellious 1776. My name is Lynn Hurley, and I am here with you to critique, criticize. Oh, it's too early. I haven't had enough caffeine. And fact check our nation's politicians in real time. We love watching a feisty congressional hearing. And today we're going to watch a markup. So it's not technically a hearing, but I have a feeling it might get a little feisty. Feisty. Oh my gosh. I just should stop talking right now. But anyways, we like watching Congress, is what I'm trying to say, because we want to know just where our tax dollars are going and what those sneaky little politicians are saying. And if you know someone else who might enjoy finding out that information for themselves, please feel free to share the love and share the show with them. And then just sit back, grab a snack and a drink. Mine will be heavily caffeinated this morning. And if you're watching live, please join us in the chat, as we always have a great conversation talking about just what those politicians are doing. And if you like talking all things politics, why not go ahead and try hitting that subscribe button? It's not going to hurt you. Just don't forget to turn on the notification bell because these things pop up last minute all the time. And so sometimes my shows pop up last minute. So that way you will always get notified anytime a new show is coming up. And we do members only shows where we have a chance to talk about things a little more in depth, a little more one on one. We don't watch hearings in there, but we do talk about what's going on that day, that week in this crazy world of ours. And it's always a fun time. So if you'd like to join that conversation, please consider becoming a member. How are you guys? So nice to see you bright and early this morning. I agree, Snoop. That was surprising news yesterday. Mitch McConnell is going to be stepping down in November, I believe it is, right? At the election. He's not going to be coming back. He's had his fill. But you know what? Mitch McConnell he's a little on the well-aged side. And so like a fine wine, it's time to put him on the shelf and save him for a nice occasion maybe. But we are so happy to have you guys here. I know you guys are all talking about how chilly it is. It is. It is so cold this morning. I don't know exactly what it is here in Ohio, but I know when I went out this morning to take care of the animals, it was cold. Well, it's 30, so it's not terrible, but not great either considering last week we were in the like high 60s, I think, low 70s, but I mean, that's Ohio, right? And the weather goes up and down, but that's okay. You wish Biden aged like a fine wine. We all do. Biden ages like more like a moldy cheese, really. Um, yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. And it probably doesn't smell great either. Anyway, so today we have a sour grapes, yeah. It's like an expired wine. It's past its prime. Yep. So today we have Congress back. Congress is back in session. Hooray. They've been out for about 2 weeks now, but they are back today. And we are going to be tuning into the Judiciary Committee. Let's see, they are going to have several markups that they're going to be talking about today. They are going to be talking about the Censorship Accountability Act. So they won't be voting on these, but they're marking them up and getting them ready to be voted on. The Censorship Accountability Act, the Forfeiture Funds Expenditure Transparency Act. Sorry, it's super small writing where I am. The Transparency and National Security Threats Act, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act. Like, do we really need an act for that? Apparently, we do. The Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Commit Robbery Act, and Sarah's Law. What is Sarah's Law, you ask? I have no idea. We'll find out together. Not sure. But that is what we're going to be watching today. So hopefully, Jim Jordan is well rested. I mean, they've been doing the depositions. They were talking with Hunter Biden yesterday. Are they going to get anything out of these? Probably not. Probably not. Like, I really think they're going to need really direct evidence that Biden was receiving money from all of these shell corporations. I mean, clearly, it's a money laundering scheme. Clearly, I mean, they have 20 shell corporations, I think it is, but I don't know that they're going to find like really direct evidence enough to impeach Biden. I am doubtful. Doesn't mean I don't think he's a crook. I think the whole family is, especially his brother, James, done some pretty despicable things with hospitals that are in financial trouble. Just swindled them out of money. It's a little bit crazy, but as far as Joe Biden goes, I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't think they're going to find enough information to really be able to impeach him. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Because if he gets impeached, who becomes president? Kamala. Mm, the worser, the worse of two evils. Is that I don't know. I don't have enough caffeine in the morning, guys. I really, really don't. I'm gonna be waking up here with you. You'll see me get more perky as like time goes on, or my brain will at least be working better. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Will is saying, because he's in Canada. It's going to be interesting to hear about censorship because Canada is kind of going through that right now. Yeah, it's bad with you guys, isn't it? Um, it's pretty crazy. I mean, aren't you guys cut off from a lot of like uh things? Like, are you not getting X? I can't remember. I was reading about this like a week or so ago. Um, but don't you guys have like X or something that you're not able to get in on, or I don't know, I can't remember. It is bad. Yeah, and we know that certainly they've censored your prime minister has censored protesters by affecting their bank accounts, which not cool. Uh no bueno. No bueno. First impeach Harris, then Biden to avoid. Yeah, and then who's next in line? Mike Johnson. I think Speaker of the House is third in line, right? Uh, good morning, Johnny Yuma. I think is it Speaker of the House who's third in line? I can't remember now. Luckily, we've never had to get that far. Good morning, Johnny. How are you? Yeah, Trudeau stated that he's doing it. He's crazy. Like I am legitimately sorry for you guys. I mean, Biden is crazy as well, don't get me wrong. We both got some crazy people to be dealing with, but Trudeau has more energy. That's more dangerous. Biden, he's crazy and then looking for ice cream. Like that's really what's happening here. Um, but yeah, Trudeau, I think there's a few screw looses in that one, like legitimately. A little bit insane. Trudeau is awful. Good morning, David Hurley. So I've seen Dave. For those of you that don't know, I'm sure all of you that are here with me right now do know Dave is my husband. But good morning. Yay. Will Carnundrum was enjoying your song this morning as we started. Let's see. I know I saw Hellfire here earlier. I'm not sure if he's here right now, but good morning, Hellfire, if you are here. And Michael Brooks, good morning, Michael. How are you? And Mike Roberts, good morning. We got all the mics here. We've got all the mics here today. And Snoopy, if I didn't say officially good morning, Snoop. How are you? I know you're cold in Columbus. We're we're cold here in Ohio today, right? He loves China and he loves North Korea. And that's what people say about Trump. But here's the thing with Trump. Just because he says they're smart, I think people mistake that for him saying he likes them. They both are very smart. They're very smart, right? Kim Jong Un and President Xi Jinping. I can't believe I even got those names out this morning with this little caffeine. They're both very clever, right? Very, very smart people. Doesn't mean he likes them. I think Trump goes by the old adage, keep your what is it? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. I think Trump goes by that, and I think that's actually really, really smart on his part. Yeah, you think Speaker of the House is third in line for the president too? Yeah. Trudeau's trying to live like them. Yes, yes, it's crazy. Trudeau stated that he loves them, North Korea and China. That's a little crazy. Yes. Online censorship. There is. I mean, and don't get me wrong, we have a lot of online censorship here as well. Hold on. Oh my God. All right. Lulu wants to come say hello. So while we're waiting for the Judiciary Committee, we'll let Lou come in and say hi. She's been sitting there pawing at me as I'm talking. But yeah, Justin Trudeau's gotten really like, what happened? Is it just me, or did he just seem to like snap all of a sudden? I mean, I'm sure he's always been bad, but it just seems like in the past like year or two, really in the past year, these politicians have just gotten blatant. Like they just don't care. They really don't. The sentence got cut into two. The evil Lou. That's you. Yes, yes. Lou is here. All right. I'm gonna see if I can put her over here. Whoop. Sorry, got a little Lou belly right there. But like, what is up with these people? For those, I think you guys were all here. Maybe Will, I don't know if you saw the one yesterday, but I was talking about democratic socialism. And I really, really think going through all of that, because I did a lot of research to like really understand that. And I really think that's what's going on. I think that's why we're having this huge influx of immigrants. I think that's why they're becoming more blatant. I think they've been working up to this for years. It's just when you sit down and really look at that, what was that organization we were liking? I think it was the Democratic Socialists of America. I think that's the name of it. It's what AOC belongs to. I mean, when we were reading through how they were going to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish, it's all of the stuff that they're doing right now. It really, really is. Where I think it's odd is that America is trying to hide it, where Canada comes out and says it. I mean, honestly, I'd rather have them come out and just say what they're doing. It is annoying that America tries to hide it, but they're getting a lot more blatant around here too. They're just outright like, yeah, we're taking away your rights. Sorry, not sorry, really. But yeah, Canada's definitely much more in your face about it, which honestly I would prefer. You know, I really, really would. The politicians seem desperate to push new world order agenda. Yeah, they do. And yeah, Dave agrees. Yep, they're getting more brazen. I really think that's because they are working towards their agenda of creating a democratic, socialist government, which is completely different than what we have right now, and it's absolutely what our founding fathers did not want. Did not want, right? David Hurley would prefer it too, right? I mean, seriously, I'd rather have someone shoot me in the face than in the back. Like that's the truth. Uh, but we did go through what some of our founding fathers talked about when as far as democracy goes. Let me see. What was some of my I think old Benny Franklin had a good one. It has been observed that a pure democracy, if it were practical, would be the most perfect government. Experience has proved that no position is more false than this. He's basically calling that BS. The ancient democracies in which the people themselves deliberated never possessed one good feature of government. Isn't that correct? Their very character was tyranny. Hmm. Oh, this is Alexander Hamilton. I thought I hit Benjamin Franklin, but not hit, put it up. Uh, not like decking the founding fathers over here. The very character is tyranny, their figure deformity. Well, that's accurate. That's an accurate description of what is going on right now. Let's see, what did Ben Franklin say? Those who give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin agreed. What did Tommy Jeff say? The policy of American government is to leave its citizens free, neither restraining them nor aiding them in their pursuits. Yeah, the Democratic Socialists of America really should be reading that quote right there. Right? And what else did Thomas Jefferson say? Lethargy is the death of liberty. I think that was the quote, right? Lethargy is the death of liberty. Um, so we can't be lethargic, everybody. We can't. Let me check on, see, where are we at? Okay, they're still waiting. Should begin shortly, they're saying. Let me double check to make sure that it's not paused, which it did to me the other day. Uh, okay, nope, we're still going. Sometimes this Judiciary Committee, they just don't start on time occasionally. Let's just double check that they aren't starting later. No, still says 9:30. We'll see. Usually they start around 10, so we'll give them a little bit. We'll give them a little leeway. But they did make me get up earlier. Well, I didn't get up earlier, but get going earlier. So, how are you guys today? I'll keep an eye on this down there. How is everybody today? What are you guys thinking? I think they hate Thomas Jefferson and the other founding fathers. Yeah, I think so too. What is Dave saying? They do. I've had lefties say that to me. Yeah, they think they are out of touch with the times. And that's the other thing, right? So there are like two different types of people when it comes to the Constitution. There are originalists, which I am, and I'm probably sure most of you are as well, based on the comments that you have put in the chat over the course of time. Which is, we believe in the original meaning of the Constitution, and then there are contextualists who take the interpretation of the Constitution and apply it to what they think our modern day um, repurposing of those words. So they try to put the words in the context of today. I am an originalist because I believe that the founding fathers were brilliant in this amazing document that they created, the Constitution, because the words are purposefully vague in some respects, right? So that's why we get into these conversations a lot of times. So, what does this word mean? What does insurrection actually mean? Because there's no definition of it given in the Constitution. And so we argue about these words, but I think they did that very purposefully because they wanted to make it vague enough that it, one, still got the point across, but two, could be used in any manner of situation that could happen. And so that's why there is sort of this uh, to the point, but also somewhat vague. Can you hear the click, the clicking and the clacking? It's our other dog, Ralph. He's old, and sometimes I don't know if you guys have old dogs, but sometimes he like has these moments of like ah, and he just gets up and like something like bit him on the butt or something, and he's just like oh god, and then he just like settles back down. I think he's kind of the Biden of the household, if you know what I mean. So. Oh goodness. Spring is coming. That's climate change. Yes, exactly. I like that. I like your interpretation of climate change, Snoop. And yes, spring is coming. And yes, Amy saw her shadow, so it's coming. Oh, Amy was in her little groundhog hole and she came out. She was like, "Yay, spring is coming." Yes. So, what's his name? Oh my gosh. Why am I even trying to think of the name of like Pa Patoxy? Oh, what is that name in like the place in Philadelphia where the groundhog lives? I know it's like Pa something. Anyways, he did see his shadow, so we have spring coming earlier this year. Hooray, hooray. But you know what we don't have coming earlier this year? The Judicial Committee. They are still late as per usual. uh Punxsutawney. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Snoop. Punxsutawney Phil. Yes, that is his name. Oh my goodness. And spring is coming. Yes. Oh, so tomorrow, let's just talk about my plans while we're waiting here. So tomorrow, Dave and I are heading over to New Orleans. Or heading down to New Orleans. I'm so excited. I usually go every year, but we didn't go last year and then we didn't go the year before. So it's been almost 3 years since I've been there, which is really crazy to me. Um, but I'm so excited. And then Chris and Stuart, Chris from Mindforked, or AKA Akashi Chris, she and her husband are meeting us there tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Saturday. And so they're going to be there with us for most of the week. We're going to be there Friday to Friday, and they're going to be there Saturday through Thursday. So we're going to have like almost a whole week with them, and it's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. I haven't seen Chris. Dave and I haven't seen Chris since she we got married, since she married us. So it's been a couple of years now, which is crazy to think. It's crazy to think it's almost been 2 years. Um, Time flies when we're having fun, man. It's been a good time. I love hanging out with you guys. Like time just flies by now, doesn't it? Like I remember my parents saying that too as they got older that like, time really starts to fly. My dad would tell me that. He's like time just goes faster and faster the older you get. And he was not wrong. He was not wrong. Let's see. You know what? Hold on, let me put this down. What did I do? Oh yeah. I had to move everything around to get Lulu up here. Let's look and see what the news is while we're waiting. News. Let's just Google News and see what comes up. So interesting. Well, now what is this about, do we think? Let's take a look at this. Let me pull it up for you guys. So is this what we have to come? Yes, that is true. The Supreme Court is going to hear Trump's immunity claim. They're going to hear that on the week of April 22nd. They don't have a specific date out quite yet, but April 22nd, that week, they're going to sometime during that week they're going to hear Trump's immunity claim, and then they are expediting it. So they're hoping to get it out, the decision out by the end of June before they go on their break, which is expedited for them. Because sometimes it can take a while. It can take a year or so sometimes. Why did I do that? Why? That's crazy. Let's see. Well, I guess I can stop that. I'll just go back and check. Unfortunately, StreamYard doesn't let you like share like stream two screens at the same time, so I can't have the other one waiting in the background. But here we go. Um, Pennsylvania governor unveils election security task force to mitigate threats to the 2024 election. All right. I can't read well enough yet. I don't have enough caffeine, so we're putting the glasses on. Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro will announce an effort Thursday. It'll be led by Republican Al Schmidt, the top election official in the critical battleground state. So do you think this is going to be a legitimate task force or not? Let me make sure. I'm going to put the sound on, that way we can hear it, since I can't see the other the hearing. Hope state and local agencies hope that the officials will keep the 2020 vote in the battleground state free from interference, misinformation, my favorite word, and other major obstacles. It'll be led by the Secretary of the Commonwealth, Al Schmidt, and will involve officials from at least 10 government agencies, from election administration and law enforcement to Homeland Security and emergency management. Oh, well, then that should mean it'll be well guarded, right? We take our responsibilities as steward of our democracy seriously, and the Election Threats Task Force will ensure all levels of government are working together to combat misinformation. You mean like the fact that we're a democracy? Safeguard the rights of every citizen and ensure this election is safe, secure, free, and fair, Shapiro said in a statement. The primary goal will be to coordinate plans. I'm sure it is. I'm sure they will be coordinating plans and share information and intelligence on how to fuck over the election. Probably. I don't think that's exactly the words that NBC used. I can't, my glasses are fogging up. I'm paraphrasing what I think it says. They include the U.S. Attorney's Office for the state's 3 federal districts, the State Attorney General's Office, commissioners, and election directors. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? I immediately, when I hear to protect our democracy, I'm like, boo. Don't like. No bueno. No bueno. Hey, Chris! On your way home from the vet now. Woo! So Basta got her shots. Yay! Just in time. Just updating the chat. Thanks. We needed to know. We want to know what's going on with Akashi Chris. It's like, what was it? What was the song you said, Chris on the Move? Or I can't remember. Oh, when you were in Roswell, you sang that one song when you were going around talking to everybody. It was pretty funny. Let's see. What other news do we have that will be depressing? Government shutdown. Congressional leaders reach tentative deal. So I know yesterday. Okay, it's just Chris on the run. That's what it was. Chris on the run. Yes. So I know Mike Johnson, I think Chuck Schumer, and I don't know who else were meeting with Kamala and Biden yesterday to try to come up with some sort of tentative deal to keep the government from shutting down. So I'm sure that included money to Ukraine. Let's see what this says. But Ukraine aid stalls. Oh, good. Mike, did you stand your ground? I hope so. Congressional leaders announced Wednesday they have reached a tentative agreement to prevent a government shutdown for now, days before an end of the week deadline that was shuttering some federal operations. How many times have we got to go through this? Under the plan, Congress would temporarily fund one set of federal agencies through March 8th and another set through March 22nd. In the meantime, Congress will try to draft and pass packages of legislation to fund the government for the remainder of the budget, but there is no immediate plan to approve the 95 billion emergency national security funds for Ukraine, Israel, and other allies. Good. We are in agreement that Congress must work in a bipartisan manner to fund our government, said the joint statement from House Speaker Mike Johnson. Go Mike. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Republican Leader Mitch McConnell, House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries, along with the Appropriation Committee leaders. Johnson said the House would vote Thursday to approve the temporary funds, so that'll be today. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe that's why they're running late. Ahead of Friday's deadline, when some federal monies run out, the Senate would expect to vote next. The deal comes together as negotiations in Congress have been working furiously to finish a federal spending plan, and Washington joined Ukraine and other American allies around the world, watching and waiting for Johnson's next move. The power Mike Johnson has. It's amazing. The new Republican leader is facing the test of his career, trying to keep the U.S. government open by the midnight deadline on Friday. And at the same time, emergency funding for Ukraine, Israel, and Indo-Pacific allies remains stubbornly stalled. That's what we like to see. Joe Biden convened leaders Tuesday in hopes of pushing them towards a deal. As the president and congressional leaders made clear at yesterday's meeting, we cannot allow a government shutdown. Karine said loudly and proudly, and that she hoped they would reach an agreement that would prevent a needless federal shutdown. Is it so needless? Is it? Congress is in what has become a familiar cycle of threatened shutdowns and disruptions as hard right Republicans and Johnson's majority strive for steeper spending reductions. Yeah, that sounds great. Then Democrats and even some other Republicans are willing to accept. This would be the fourth short-term funding extension in about 5 months. But you know what? It works. So get it done. It's fine. While Johnson, representative from Louisiana, yes, inherited a difficult dynamic, it was only compounded after his majority shrunk further when Democrat Tom Suozzi, how do you pronounce his last name? Suozzi? Of New York was sworn in Wednesday to boisterous applause from Democrats. So he took over, oh gosh, what was the Republican that they kicked out? George, oh my gosh, I can't think of his last name right now. George Santos. Oh, it's right there in the sentence. If only I had kept reading and just shut my mouth. The House is split 213 to 219, leaving Johnson no room for dissent. He's got a tough one on his hands, but he's doing a good job. Congressional leaders said they reached an agreement on 6 bills that will adhere to spending levels previously agreed to last year's. The bills involve veteran affairs, the Departments of Agriculture, Transportation, Interior, and others, and will be voted on and enacted before March 8th. The remaining 6 bills for the Pentagon, Homeland Security, Health and Human Services, and the State Department will still need to be finalized, voted on, and enacted before March 22nd. All right, so that's good. Mike is still standing his ground. Go, Mike. That's what we love to see. Let me pull up C-SPAN and see if they have like the House floor and see what they're doing. Maybe they are doing a vote right now. Let's just check it out. Oh, yes. Well, you know what? If they don't come on soon, we can watch this. I forgot this one was on. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Just want to make sure. Yeah. So they are having a hearing today about the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. How he just didn't notify anybody that he was out in the hospital in December, in early January, and was really kind of like out of it. Yeah, they're having a whole hearing on that. But let's see, House Republican Leadership News Conference. Let's see, are they live right now? Let's check it out. Oh, super. Ugh. Dental implant models. It's not what I want to see in the morning, but thanks. Here we go. Come on now. C-SPAN, you're killing me here. What's happening? Okay. Let's see. All right, let's go to the House and just look at floor proceedings. Let me see if I can get it up here, and then I'll switch it over for you guys. Morning hour debate. See, let me pull this up for you guys so you can see it. And then I'm going to check on the other one we were going to watch. Because it says delayed, so I'm going to look while we're watching this, see how long it's going to be delayed for.
That House Republicans surrendered Ukraine to Russia. In the past, House Democrats and Republicans in the U.S. Congress have united and come together in opposition to Vladimir Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. We've just seen 22 Republicans in the Senate willing to vote country over party on this issue. I believe there are Republicans in the House willing to do the same. As we look ahead, House Republicans have a choice. Are they pro-democracy or are they pro-Putin? House Republicans can choose country over party or Russia over the United States. House Republicans can stand with our allies or they can stand with Donald Trump and the pro-Putin wing of the Republican conference. House Republicans can either stand with democratic nations like Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, or they can bend the knee to authoritarian regimes like Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. The longer we delay sending aid to Ukraine, the more powerful Putin and other authoritarian regimes become.
Okay, so here's the so if we don't agree with the Democrats, we're bending to Russia. And I like this little card he has here, Chris. They got the cards up already. House Republicans surrender Ukraine to Russia, a white flag. Why? Because we don't agree with you? Give me a break. Did you guys see the news article about how the CIA has basically intelligence outposts in the Ukraine, and they're helping the Ukraine, and the Ukraine is helping the US basically spy on Russia? That's really why they don't want to give up Ukraine, is because that's how they're getting their Russian intelligence.
We can't abandon them in their fight for freedom. That's why I'm calling on the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, to bring the bipartisan Senate-passed security package to the floor of the House for an immediate vote. Now, many of my constituents rightly question the high cost of this aid package. Support for Ukraine and our allies is in our national interest. It's a national security issue for the American people. While the costs are high, we'll spend 100 times more money containing an aggressive Russia around the globe if we do nothing. We must stand with our allies. This will be a vote where members will be forced to choose between democracy and authoritarianism.
We're not a democracy.
As I voted now for Speaker of the House 19 times, I've learned how incredibly fragile our democracy is. We must act now to pass a supplemental aid package and stand with Ukraine. Listen, folks, we can either stand with democracies like Israel and Ukraine, or we can bend the knee to Putin and other authoritarian regimes around the globe.
Didn't you just say
democracy
that,
should never be taken for granted. We must be vigilant and proactive to protect it here and around the world. History is watching what happens next. Let's come together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, and stand with our ally, Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we recently learned that the Department of Education would be shifting another $1.2 billion in student loan debt from borrowers to the taxpayers of this country. This is yet another example of President Biden's administration abusing whatever regulatory lever they can find, every executive action he can think up to usurp Congress and continue this unjust bailout scheme. And unfortunately, the scheme is working. In recent months, tens of billions of dollars in borrowed money are no longer due for repayment. Let's be clear. Student loan debt can't be forgiven. It's simply being transferred to the hardworking American taxpayer, most of whom never went to college or took out student loans. These tactics come despite what happened last summer when the Supreme Court of the United States overturned the Biden administration's previous student loan handout plan, totaling more than $400 billion. The High Court found, in layman's terms, that a president cannot spend billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, with the stroke of a pen.
That's correct. The Supreme Court ruled on it. And what did Biden do? He said, I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. Our president just completely ignoring a Supreme Court ruling.
This is one of the most regressive ideas that I've seen in my time in Congress. It does nothing to solve the ballooning cost of a college education in this country. It simply adds to our national debt, which already, of course, sits at more than $34.2 trillion. We know that 43 million out of 255 million adults in the United States have some kind of student loan debt. We also know that 1.7 trillion in outstanding college debt is disproportionately held by those earning the highest incomes in this country. It makes no sense for a blue-collar worker in Tennessee to be forced to pay off the college debt of a Harvard-educated doctor or lawyer. We have the freedom to choose whether to pursue higher education in this country. You can choose to forego a four-year degree, as millions of successful Americans have done. But this administration would have you pay for the four-year degrees of others, regardless of your choice. More than 100 million Americans have built a life without taking on debt. In fact, I represent thousands of Tennesseans who earn a good living without having borrowed money to do so. Why should they foot the bill for those who chose to go to college? This sends a terrible message to an entire generation of undergraduates and soon-to-be undergraduates. Perhaps more importantly, this unjust and wrong-headed action on the part of President Biden incentivizes universities to continue raising tuition with impunity because students can now borrow the money to pay these outrageous tuitions without having to pay it back. Furthermore, and possibly the worst aspect of all of this, is that every college graduate and every parent of a college graduate who did the honorable thing by paying off their student loans, often at great sacrifice, is now being harshly punished for having done so. It's also an ugly affront to the families across this country struggling to stay afloat amid record high consumer prices as a result of Bidenflation. There are already programs on the books to help those struggling to repay their student loans, like income-driven repayment plans, in which roughly 40% of borrowers are already enrolled. I urge the White House to end this cycle of adding billions to our debt with the stroke of a pen. Just as the Supreme Court determined last June, this kind of policy must be approved by Congress before it can be implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
2 years. 2 years the world has watched as Ukraine defends freedom.
Here we go.
And democracy and international law. Disgracefully.
There it is.
This House has failed to pass additional supplemental aid to that effort for 427 days, more than half the length of this war. Our inaction is an abandonment.
You mean a war that
not
never
only of our
started?
allies, but of our values of liberty, democracy, and international law. We're the leaders of the free world, not by choice, but by necessity. We ought to be ashamed. We ought to be disgusted.
I'm not.
Indeed, most of us are. As our Congress sleeps, the enemies of freedom rain hell down upon the defenders of democracy. They do so with greater fury, thinking that this Congress will do nothing to stop them. Recently, we watched Russian forces take back the city of Andakiva. Putin's regime killed Russian opposition leader Navalny, silencing a heroic, principled voice against Putin and his criminal invasion of Ukraine.
We don't know that. In fact,
Yet Speaker Johnson brings no bill to this floor. Ukrainian soldiers now face a 10-to-1 disadvantage in artillery. They report watching Russian forces approach and having to decide in the moment how many grenades they can afford to launch, how many shells can they afford to fire, and how many bullets can they afford to shoot. That calculation ought to be self-evident, as many as it takes. But it is not. The world is watching what is happening in the trenches of eastern Ukraine. But the people of Ukraine are watching what is happening on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. How can we rationalize that?
Because maybe you
That
should
we
be watching
stand
what's
silent
happening
without
at our
action.
southern border.
The first
Instead,
question Ukrainian
maybe you
troops
should be
ask
watching,
journalists who
sir,
visit the front line is,
what's happening in our own country.
what's happening in Washington? What's happening in the House?
That's what's
What's happening when a speaker does not bring to the floor a bill to respond to the threats to us,
He
to
is
democracy, to
responding
freedom?
to the threats to
Ukrainians
us.
know that only America that can provide them with the aid on the scale and timeline necessary to achieve a victory. Elsewhere on the front lines, other soldiers told a reporter, "You Americans have to decide whether you want to remain a global power." Think in your heads as to whether we want to do that, or not doing so will cause great danger to the global community and ourselves.
Pause for dramatic effect.
Mr. Speaker, bring this bill to the floor.
Do not.
Let us act.
Do not.
The votes are here to pass that bill in a bipartisan fashion. For a majority of members, that decision is clear. We must help Ukraine, as well as our allies in Israel and beyond. As I said, over 300 votes are on this floor to do just that. A bill to defend democracy, a bill to strike fear into the hearts of Putin and the axis of evil, a bill to restore America's reputation. Speaker Johnson has been unable to handle this issue and fund our government simultaneously. But managing multiple priorities is the most basic part of his job. It's disgraceful that the speakers from 23 parliaments, our allies, our friends, have written to us and said, America, 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 respond as you have in the past to defend democracy, defend freedom, and defend the fighters for freedom. It's disgraceful
to the border bill
that they had to write us.
I think a year now.
But perhaps the speaker needs that reminder. Leaders ought to lead. Speakers ought to speak up. And the United States Congress ought to stand united in its defense of freedom.
Not if they
Mr.
don't
Speaker,
believe in it.
History
Nor do the
is
American
watching
people.
at this pivotal moment.
History is watching.
America ought not to be absent without leave. This is not a partisan issue. This is an issue for the leader of the free world.
It actually is
America.
a partisan issue.
Let's act. Mr. Speaker, bring the bill to the floor.
Like Snoop said, not one of the Democrats has mentioned.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from
Order.
California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
I'm fascinated by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle with being so fixated on Ukraine when our porous southern border, our U.S. borders, are causing us so much harm to our American economy and losing American lives, such as Lake and Riley here most recently. We've been fairly generous to Ukraine since their problems have started with Russia. Indeed, the amount of money they've received is at least 20-fold more than what we're even talking about that would secure our own southern border. So now we see President Biden will be chasing our former President Trump down to the border in a reality desperate attempt to stabilize his plummeting poll numbers on the issue. But let's not be kidded by that. Today's visit, much like Biden's first and only other visit to our southern border, will be basically a photo op. He'll be visiting Brownsville, Texas, an area of the southern border that, according to reports, has had virtually non-existent activity in recent days, weeks, and months compared to all the other places along the border that you can see plenty of footage of tens of thousands of people coming across. So distract here by going over there, huh? This vid is nothing more than a smokescreen, an attempt to distract the American people from his disastrous policies and the chaos he has unleashed at our southern border. For the past 3 years, President Biden has not only ignored the crisis at the border, he's directly responsible for it. Since his first day in office, he's worked to implement his own far-left failed policies, which turned every town in the whole country basically into a border town, and destroyed countless American families that we have to talk about here on the floor, since the media doesn't seem to want to cover that very well. There's over 60 instances of President Biden and his administration taking actions that undermined our nation's border security. The first things he did when he came into office were to get rid of the procedures and the policies that President Trump had put into place, yet now recently in the press he's yelling at Republicans to say, you need to pack back some of our border policies we're working on.
All right, guys. Well, we've heard a lot of these before, and it looks like my friends at the Judiciary Committee have started. So why don't we check in with them and see what they're up to? I believe, like I was saying in the chat, that I think they're talking about the censorship bill right now, marking up the censorship bill. So let's take a peek and see what they're talking about over here.
And yet, the Weaponization Subcommittee, this committee, and the efforts of state attorneys general have put up for plain view that the federal government has increasingly become the enemy of those rights. That must change. It's time for accountability, and the Censorship Accountability Act provides it. I urge support for the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes.
There he is, Jimmy J.
Member Nadler for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, H.R. 4848, the so-called Censorship Accountability Act, would create a new cause of action for a person to sue a federal employee who, acting under color of federal law, violates that person's First Amendment rights. This bill appears to be based on 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, as Mr. Bishop just said, a longstanding statute that provides a cause of action against state and local officials for the deprivation of constitutional and other federal legal rights. In principle, this legislation could have been a worthy starting point for the committee to consider meaningful reform of constitutional tort litigation. There's a real need for a statutory cause of action to allow people whose constitutional rights were violated by a federal official to seek redress. So far, the primary remedy available to such victims of constitutional violations
Let's see where he
is
goes
a judicially created one under the Bivens Doctrine, a remedy that was limited only to a few types of constitutional violations to begin with, and which has been narrowed so significantly by the Supreme Court in recent years that it is now basically on life support. Unfortunately, I cannot support this legislation in its current form, and I do not think that my concerns can be entirely addressed through an amendment. First, and perhaps foremost, it is unclear why the bill is limited in the scope to rights secured by the First Amendment, when a person's interest in remedying violations of other constitutional rights is equally strong.
True, but this is about censorship, which would
somewhat
affect
paradoxically,
the First Amendment.
By referring to rights, quote, secured by the First Amendment, unquote, the bill may be broader than its draft is intended, as the First Amendment, of course, is not limited to the right to free speech, but includes other rights, like the right to the free exercise of religion. It's unclear whether this was an intentional or drafting error. If it was intentional, I again raise the question of why we should limit this remedy only to the bundle of rights secured by the First Amendment. If it was unintentional, this is an indication the bill was not carefully crafted.
Well,
relatedly, the bill's exception for lawsuits brought by federal employees against their employers or the federal government may be too broad. For example, given that the bill otherwise authorizes lawsuits for violation of rights, quote, secured by the First Amendment, unquote, this exception could be read to undermine federal employees' ability to vindicate their religious free speech, free exercise rights against the employee's federal employer. Since the bill does not expressly state that other existing remedies for religious free exercise claims by federal employees, such as those available under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, remain, its effect on these remedies is unclear. While the foregoing issues might be addressed through an amendment, I also have deeper conceptual concerns about the bill that would require a total redrafting to fix. For example, By copying much of Section 1983's operative language, the bill would import all the federal case law interpreting the statute, and much of that case law is problematic for plaintiffs seeking to vindicate their rights. While looking to Section 1983 might be a good starting point, by replicating much of its structure and language, we may also end up reproducing, perhaps unintentionally, its limitations. There are many examples of the federal courts interpreting Section 1983's language in ways that limit the ability of plaintiffs to recover damages for constitutional violations by state and local officials. For example, following the landmark 1961 case of Monroe versus Pape, in which the Supreme Court revived Section 1983 as an important civil rights law, the court articulated the affirmative defense of qualified immunity, an entirely judicially constructed doctrine that has evolved into a significant hurdle to Section 1983 litigation. Is it the intention of the legislation's authors to permit federal employees to assert qualified immunity as a defense in a potential action under this statute as well? A more fundamental question is whether this proposal would permit an individual to sue federal employees in their official capacity and to waive the federal government's sovereign immunity for monetary damages. In Will versus Department of State Police, the Supreme Court held that Congress did not waive sovereign immunity in Section 1983 for the purpose of money damage suits against state officials in their official capacity and their state employer. Based on this bill's text, that appears to be the author's intention under this bill with respect to the federal government, as it contains no explicit waiver of the federal government's sovereign immunity. Section 1A states only the federal employee is, quote, liable to the party injured in an action at law, suit in equity, or other proposed or other proper proceeding for redress, close quote, and is defined in the term, and is defined in the bill. The term federal employee notably does not include the federal government itself, only individuals who hold positions in the government. If the bill's purpose is to hold the government accountable for so-called censorship, why would Congress permit suits against individual federal employees for money damages, but not against the federal government itself, even though hypothetically the employee is carrying out the duties of his or her federal employer? Indeed, in advance of this markup, we received a letter from the American Federation of Government Employees opposing H.R. 4848 because, quote, it would penalize ordinary working Americans for simply doing their jobs, unquote, or, quote, in other words, executing their lawful responsibilities in accordance with supervisory instructions, unquote, of their federal employer. Yet notably, the bill exempts from the definition of federal employee the president and vice president, the two officials in the executive branch most responsible for setting policy and executing the law. Thus, under this bill, ordinary federal employees may be personally liable for following their federal employer's instructions, while the federal government and the two officials who might be most responsible for an alleged First Amendment violation are exempt from the bill. What sense does this make? Unfortunately, we've had no opportunity to consider the merits of this legislation at a hearing, including the chance to hear from constitutional law and civil litigation experts to help members assess the bill. Had the committee done so, we might have identified or addressed these concerns. Additionally, at a hearing, we might have explored other legislative alternatives to the bill before us today, such as amending the Federal Tort Claims Act to permit suits against the federal government for constitutional violations. The committee's consideration of this legislation today is a missed opportunity. If the majority were serious about enacting a statute to provide a cause of action for victims of constitutional violations committed by federal officials, we will be happy to work with them on such an effort. Sadly, rather than using this opportunity to actually legislate, we are wasting the committee's time on yet another political stunt. This legislation is based on the false premise that officials in the Biden administration have colluded with technology companies to suppress conservative viewpoints on social media platforms. But more than a year's worth of hearings and investigations by committee Republicans has revealed no evidence of such collusion. Although I support the principle behind this bill, its sloppy drafting invites too many unanswered questions, and to potentially improve the bill may require a wholesale redrafting of it. I would urge members to oppose this legislation so that we can go back to the drawing board and work together on a bipartisan basis to develop meaningful reform on this question. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes, without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR
Without
4848.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of the amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment merely modifies the bill's punctuation in one place. It is not intended in any way to alter the purpose or the substance of the bill. I urge support for the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question, the gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the co-lead of this bill, who had the pleasure of working alongside Representative Bishop in its development, I am in strong favor of this legislation. The last 3 years have been particularly eye-opening as the online censorship widely speculated to be occurring was confirmed through the Twitter files, the documents produced in Missouri versus Biden, and most notably, the oversight work of the Judiciary Committee and our select subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. The censorship industrial complex is entrenched in our federal agencies and even in the White House itself. It coerces, threatens, funds, and cooperates with private entities to monitor, suppress, and remove speech which does not fit its preferred political narrative. 42 USC Section 1983, which was adopted after the Civil War, affords Americans the opportunity to hold state and local government officials responsible for a breach of their rights. According to Section 1983, it states that every person who, under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory or the District of Columbia, subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws shall be liable to the party injured in an action at law, suit in equity, or other proper proceeding for redress. The discovery of the censorship industrial complex shows that it is long past time that we also create a federal right as well, especially in relation to the First Amendment. The First Amendment, as Representative Bishop explained, addresses freedom of speech, free exercise of religion, the right to peaceably assemble, and the right to petition our government for redress. But the Censorship Accountability Act is the product of Congress working as it is intended. It is informed through oversight and provides a tailored, direct solution to the issues uncovered. It is an elegant solution to the crisis that we are facing in this country with our federal government attempting to violate or violating the First Amendment rights of citizens across this great country. While the existing Section 1983 statute covers all constitutional rights, our act is intentionally focused and limited to preserving the First Amendment rights in large part because the other constitutional provisions are addressed by other mechanisms. It is first and foremost designed to deter censorship, the issue that we have been focusing on in the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. So if and when bureaucrats target your First Amendment rights again, recourse would be provided to the people. The wide range of officials across the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, and other government agencies involved in censorship all share one common identity. They are unelected and entirely unaccountable to the people. Yet these bureaucrats continue to grow in size and power and are beginning to increasingly wield this power against the American people they were intended to serve. The Censorship Accountability Act finally brings accountability for violations of our First Amendment rights, the ones which are the most fundamental to our freedom. There is simply no reason federal officials are held to a lower standard than state and local officials, especially when the stakes are this high. I hope all members of this committee support this legislation. The legislative branch and the fourth branch, that being the media, uncovered this abuse, and the judicial branch has so far confirmed that the executive is violating our rights. If we can't legislate based on oversight conducted, and if we cannot hold the federal government accountable for discovery of this magnitude of governmental abuse, then whenever could we actually address these very serious issues? While the censorship uncovered today is targeted against the conservative side, tomorrow it could very well be the left, and this bill is drafted as a measure of recourse for all Americans for the preservation of their First Amendment rights. And there is no reason a single member of this committee should oppose it. I want to thank Mr. Bishop for his leadership and partnership in developing this critical legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I want to thank her and Mr. Bishop for this good piece of legislation. And who seeks? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I hadn't even asked yet. I appreciate that, Mr.
I
Chairman.
knew you wanted to talk, brother. I knew. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank my colleague from North Carolina for his legislation. I do disagree with the scope and direction of this.
You know, I often don't agree with what Mr. Ivy says, but I appreciate
my
him
recollection of Section
because
1983
he's much more
litigation is
logical than
it's
most Democrats.
enormously complicated. And as the chairman suggested, having a hearing in advance to sort of figure out what the exact scope of this would be would have been advisable given the nature of this. And I definitely had concerns about the legislation stripping all federal employees of any immunity for conduct within the scope of their employment, as long as it's connected to the First Amendment rights. And I got to say that the examples that my colleagues from North Carolina and Wyoming have offered don't offer me assurance or clear guidance on what the scope of this would be or what it would do. And I do want to raise a question too, and we'll have an amendment about this down the road, but with respect to the explicit exemption of the president and the vice president, I had concerns about that. So just to sort of walk through this a little bit, and I think the ranking member touched on this, it sounds like under this legislation, if an employee mid to low level potentially makes some kind of statement or takes some kind of act that under this provision could be viewed or interpreted as depriving anyone of their rights, privileges, or immunities as secured by the First Amendment, he or she would be personally liable. This doesn't speak to, for example, whether this person is acting in response to a superior, say like someone in an agency or department, have immediate superiors, have a secretary over them too, who might guide guide the statements that they would be making. And certainly the president ultimately would be responsible for those statements that are made as well. So for in the current scenario, federal employees have limited ability to make statements already. For that reason, the government wants to make sure that there's consistency in the statements that are made. And so for testimony, for example, before a congressional hearing has to go through OMB for approval, just to make sure there's coordination. But I would ask my colleague from North Carolina. So in the instance where an individual who is not the secretary of a department or even secretary or even director or administrator of a particular department or agency makes a statement that is viewed as being in conflict with this, would that implicate the secretary of that department and or the president when that statement is made?
Ask a clarification. If they make a statement that does, say that again, if you just repeat the question.
Makes a statement that we're hypothetically here is in violation or triggers this provision that creates personal liability.
So you're saying if a lower level employee does something that would deprive an American of their First Amendment rights?
Let's take one of your examples. So I think you had something about Catholic parents. I think it was for school boards.
Yeah.
Okay.
If someone's victimized by that,
well, walk me through that one. So who would you say is?
It's really, I think, pretty simple, Mr. Ivy, and what it does. This legislation replicates exactly the state of affairs that exists for state officials, state and local officials under Title 42, Section 1983. Does it exactly. Only thing it changes is if someone acts under color of federal law, as opposed to under color of state law, they would be liable. So yes, police officers who beat someone savagely, even though they're not high ranking, are subject to liability under Section 1983.
Let's stop there, because that's the example I had in mind. So for example, 1983 is used actually to go after police officers, typically when they've acted outside the scope of their employment and committed acts that are beyond what is viewed as normal policing under the circumstances.
Correct.
In fact, it violates the standard in their training.
That's right.
And so therefore they're personally liable. By the way, I haven't seen any of these incidents where their commander said, yeah, continue to beat him to death. So the incidents that we're talking about.
Right. I don't believe, I'm not.
So let's stay with this though. So if mid-level employee makes a statement, and the ones that you all have cited apparently have been, I think you said in some of these hearings, you think were driven by the Attorney General or other, heads of departments. Would the heads of those departments be liable too?
Absolutely.
All right. And how would you prove causation under that scenario?
Give me a set of circumstances and I'll link it up for you.
This is your hypothetical.
Well, I know. I mean,
Or your set of
you're saying,
facts.
how would I prove causation without giving me a set of facts to target? I can say this: if the director of the FBI if approved a policy under which the FBI embedded itself in a way that the clearly established law, that's what the protection of the qualified immunity doctrine provides that was just criticized a moment ago, instructs FBI agents to embed themselves with social media companies and to coerce them or interact with them so extensively in decisions what to do with discourse of the American people that they're taking down millions of tweets. The director of the FBI would be civilly liable under this language.
I apologize.
That's fine. The time of the gentleman has expired. I'll recognize the gentleman from North Carolina if he wants to go now for continued dialogue. But
I'll wait and see what else develops. Unless if no one else wants to go, I'll certainly ready to.
Yep. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to express my support for the bill. Thanks to the patrons. It's a targeted, narrow bill. When it comes to First Amendment, we could look broader, but I think the challenges are right now out there with regard to censorship in the First Amendment. So I think it's appropriate, and I want to yield the remainder of my time to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you. I believe that this bill actually protects the low-level employee and focuses on the supervisor that is instructing that employee to do something that would violate a citizen's First Amendment rights, because it gives that low-level employee the ability to point to this provision and say, I cannot do X, Y, and Z because I believe that that would violate someone's freedom of speech or someone's free exercise of their religion or their ability to peaceably assemble. And I will give you an example of what I mean by that. During the course of the weaponization hearings that we've had the FBI admit, this isn't speculation, this is not some conspiracy theory. We had the head of the FBI admit that the memo that was issued about surveilling conservative Catholics was wrong. The head of the FBI actually
We were
said
just watching
that
yesterday.
violated their First Amendment rights. The people who were being surveilled, the conservative Catholics who were being surveilled by the FBI, and by the way, it was not just one field office, it was throughout the country. Those individuals under this provision would have the ability to sue the FBI for a violation of their First Amendment rights. Anyone involved in that chain of command who made the decision to do that would have the ability to bring a suit, not only against the person who issued the memo, but anyone who engaged in that kind of behavior.
Would the
So
gentlelady yield
not
for a
yet,
question?
not yet. When you say, would the secretary of the agency be responsible? Absolutely, that is the intent of this act. This isn't to go after some person that is at the very lowest end of the rung. This is actually to fundamentally change the mentality of these agencies who have the ability to use their power to prevent people from engaging in speech, from being able to freely exercise their religion. So it is intended to go after the supervisor. It is a philosophical view of those of us who drafted this, that we do not believe that the federal government or these agencies from top to bottom should be engaging in censorship. Another example was when we had Mr. Mayorkas testify in front of us. I put up on the screen that the pyramid that came out of the university that was receiving federal funds, likening conservative Republicans to Nazis. And the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security said that was absolutely wrong. That was absolutely wrong. That violated the First Amendment. Yet the people who are harmed by that have no recourse at this point in time to challenge that kind of behavior.
Oh my
This
God.
is
If they
narrowly
pass this,
focused
I
to
say
the
we
First
do a
Amendment
group
because we are
action against
specifically
Mayorkas.
addressing what has been uncovered and learned during the course of our weaponization hearings.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
I'm gonna jump in here since it's my time.
Oh, I apologize.
And the gentleman from North Carolina has asked for
See,
my
Mr.
time,
Ivy,
so
very
if the
nice,
gentlelady's
very
done,
polite.
I yield back.
I
I'm gonna
appreciate him.
reclaim and yield to the gentleman from North
Even
Carolina.
though I don't
And
always
I'll be
agree.
very short. I think leaving time for you, Mr. Ivy, but I would just echo what the gentlelady from Wyoming was saying in terms of a lower official that's serving someone, the president or whatever. There is no good German soldier defense under American law. If what you're doing is against clearly established law, you may not carry that out. In fact, it's been celebrated by Democrats that people, I think they exceeded the doing of this, but there are people inside the Trump administration who resisted President Trump's instructions, and folks, have lauded that. So I don't know why that would be of concern for anyone. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman from Virginia and the remainder of his time.
And if the gentleman from Maryland has a question, go ahead.
I appreciate it. Well, if you want the person who's ultimately responsible and in control, why not include the president?
I'd be glad to speak to that.
I'll yield to John.
Don't do that.
and I
Don't do
think that's
that.
easy to do.
No.
Mainly
Oh,
because
that was sneaky.
Joe
Hold on,
Biden
I'm gonna
oversaw
pause
the
this.
White House.
Oh, that was sneaky on Mr. Ivy's part. I give him props for that. But do you know why he said that? Do you know why? Presidential immunity. It would go against presidential immunity, and then they can use that to President Trump stating there's a law on the books saying you can, in fact, sue the president. He is not immune. It's against the Constitution, but that's what he just did. And Mr. Bishop, don't you fall for it. Ooh, Mr. Ivy is good. Don't agree with him, but he's good.
That was engaging with social media companies in these acerbic communications, instructing them to take things down. I decided that I didn't actually insert that in the language, but I thought it was wise to do so that it wouldn't appear to be targeting Joe Biden in a political manner. Number one.
Don't
Number
do
two,
it, Mr. Bishop.
it would
Don't
beg
fall for it.
constitutional issues of immunity, which are now actually before our courts, if you attempted to include the president, the vice president. My biggest concern is that this kind of conduct is going on in law enforcement agencies by supposedly career officials, and they act like it's normal stuff. That's very dangerous.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield my time to the gentleman from Maryland.
I thank the gentlelady. Here's my thought, though, on that point. If you're ultimate, and to be candid, the things that you all have said in the hearings here in Judiciary and in Homeland Security have frequently pointed to either the Attorney General in this committee, the Secretary of Homeland Security and the Homeland Security Committee, and in both instances, the President. And so if you're really worried about, and the topics that you've raised and the examples you've given frequently go to policies directed from the top. I don't agree with your interpretation of, for example, these were efforts to undermine the First Amendment, for example. If the FBI director, when I heard him talking, said, I don't think he said something about their First Amendment rights. He said it wasn't an appropriate investigation for them to pursue. Maybe their Fourth or Fifth Amendment rights, although nothing was seized and nobody was arrested that I can recall him talking about. But let's set that to the side for the moment. If ultimately you're interested in policies that are directed by an administration that you think are infringing on somebody's First Amendment rights, especially if they're coming from the top, I think you have to include the president in order to get to it. Because the point that you made to the gentlelady from Wyoming, if somebody wants to push back and say, you know what, I'd love to do that, but I can't because it would give me personal liability exposure. Well, Secretary and cabinet level officials might need to have that too. And the gentleman from North Carolina mentioned the pushback from during the Trump administration from some of his cabinet officials. That's exactly the scenario we're talking about here, because you had a cabinet level officials in the Trump administration, not so much on the First Amendment issue, but let's say seizing ballot boxes, for example, who said, no, we're not going to do that. Using the military for certain types of things with respect to, let's say, Lafayette Square piece or scenario. No, we're not going to do that anymore. So, and I'll yield. I'll give you all the chances.
I'm glad.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's your time.
Carolina.
My colleague from North Carolina's time. Sorry. Okay. Here's what I'd say. If someone's concern is that the president and vice president are excluded, then someone could offer an amendment to change that. And I might smile upon that amendment. I don't know what others would say.
No.
Whatever
no.
should happen with respect to such an amendment,
Anti-constitutional.
the perfect is not the enemy of the good.
Unconstitutional.
If you can cover the abuses from
Or
every other federal agent, leaving on the side only the president and vice president, I don't know why you wouldn't do it. Particularly because Democrats on this committee have, in the Bivens Act of 2020, Mr. Johnson of Georgia, Mr. Raskin, formerly certainly a celebrated member of this committee, proposed to do much of the same, they actually broadly to do the same thing. The Bivens Act of 2021, Mr. Johnson again, Mr. Raskin, Ms. Norton, Ms. Schakowsky, Ms. Scanlon, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, Ms. Jackson.
You cannot include the president. There is a reason the president has immunity, so that you make sure that if somebody is going after him, it is not a politically motivated reason. That's why he must be impeached and convicted by 2/3 of the Senate before there can be any litigation after the president. Otherwise, he'd be second guessing everything. People be suing him left and right for everything. Can you imagine? You cannot include the president. I don't know if the vice president has that type of immunity, but I would say don't put the president or the vice president on there either.
Lee, also a member of this committee, Mr. Jones, Ms. Jones, Mr. Liu, Talib, Carson, Lee of California, all proposed to do something broader than this to 1983. And they proposed to do it, notwithstanding the objections of the ranking member to this language about it's not carefully drafted and so forth. Here's how they proposed to do it. To add to section 1983, this phrase, or the United States. That's the only thing they would have changed. And so for every deprivation of rights by any agent of the United States, they would be included, they would be liable. Now, you could say the same thing here. You could do that, or you could proceed in a more cautious way and say, let's do it as to the rights under the First Amendment. Why do I think that's appropriate? Because of those are the rights that we're seeing evidence of being attacked by federal employees, agents. Now, you may have a different view of that, and I understand that you...
Just put your mic, would you like hit the microphone?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reclaim my time just so that Mr. Ivy can respond.
Sure.
Thank you.
I would have loved to have had a hearing where we could have compared and contrasted the two. I mean, the one thing that jumped off the page to me, and I mentioned this a moment ago, was that you're stripping all immunity for conduct, even though it's done within the scope of the employment. And as I recall, I'm not a civil rights or 1983 expert, but that included conduct that was done that exceeded the scope of the employment in one way or another. So, for example, the police example, yeah, they might be on duty, but if they're doing acts that deprive the individual of his constitutional rights by, say, beating him or shooting and killing him, even though that wasn't justified under the circumstances, based on the expert testimony that you have to provide in these kinds of trials by, for example, a police officer who says, this is what we train them to do. These are the rules that are in their code of conduct within the police department. And this is the way police act. And especially if you have additional officers on the scene who are like, whoa, we didn't pull our gun and shoot this guy. What are you doing? Okay, I apologize for again.
That's fine. That's fine. It's a healthy debate. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a good reason for the president and the vice president not to be in on this because they're elected officials. The people of the United States of America get to pass judgment every 4 years in regards to their conduct and their actions.
Absolutely.
In fact, I'd probably have an objection if the president and the vice president were included in this.
Me too. Not that my vote counts.
I think a very good example of the value of this bill before us is a gentleman, Andy Slavitt, who was working in the White House and actively worked with the social media companies to shut down COVID, anyone who was dissenting in regards to COVID. And in fact, there are cases moving through the courts currently in regards to that. So yeah, I don't think the president and vice president should be included in this, and I fully support this bill, Mr. Chairman.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the gentle lady in Wyoming, from Wyoming.
Just very briefly, I actually have tried quite a few cases under 42 USC Section 1983. And it does not only apply in a circumstance where someone is acting outside the scope of their employment. In fact, it is because they are acting within the scope of their employment that they are held liable under Section 1983. So number one, that I think it's very important to understand that. And I actually believe part of the reason that this bill is as elegant as it is because there is an entire there is an entirety of case law that has been developed over the last 100+ years as to how Section 1983 is to be implemented. Are Section 1983 cases difficult? Yes, they can be, but they also are absolutely winnable under certain circumstances and if you can establish the facts. So I am actually really stunned that anyone on the other side would be opposed to a piece of legislation that is crafted to mirror the language of Section 1983 that holds state and local officials accountable for violating constitutional rights, and that anyone on the other side would oppose also holding federal officials equally accountable for violating, in this case, just the First Amendment rights that we have. I cannot understand why anyone would be opposed to being able to hold anyone in the Trump administration, for example, after November of 2024, when he comes back into office. This
Yes,
statute,
Carl.
this statute would be in place to be able to hold those folks accountable if there is a First Amendment
Will the gentlelady yield
violation.
for a moment?
It is not my time to lead.
Would the gentleman yield?
It is Mr. Tiffany. I yield
Mr.
back to
Tiffany
Mr.
yield?
Tiffany.
I think he's yielding.
I want,
I'm okay. with you.
okay, I will yield to Mr. Ivy for a,
I'll get you.
I know Mr. Nadler was actually.
okay. If you defer, Mr. Ivy, I will yield time to the ranking member, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. I just have a
Thank
very
you,
simple question. The president, let's assume under your bill, under this bill, the president were to order official A to do something illegal and to violate someone's rights, and he did so.
Who's the official?
A would be responsible and liable at law, but the president would not be for ordering him to do it?
That's correct. That's how it works.
Let me turn to the author here.
That is 100% exactly how it works right now, and that's how it's supposed to work. Because the person who the president orders to do something has every right to say, no, sir, I cannot do that. That's unconstitutional. So yes, they are held responsible. The president has immunity. It's the way the system works. But you see what the Democrats are doing right now. They're being very clever. They're trying to argue presidential immunity because they know that's what's going up into the Supreme Court on Trump. We were just talking about that at the beginning of the show. On the week of April 22nd, the Supreme Court is going to be hearing arguments about presidential immunity. That's what they're talking about right now.
Do you care to comment?
I'd be glad to. I would say not under this bill. I don't know what, or if there's some other means of holding the president, and certainly there are lots of other means of holding the president accountable, including here in Congress. But that's correct. This bill proposes to make available a claim against federal officials generally and excludes the president and vice president because of the complications previously discussed. And again, people have different views of it. I wouldn't object to including them if someone wants to offer that amendment.
I would object.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back to get out from the middle of this confab.
Chair now recognizes, who seeks recognition?
It is
Ranking
nice
members
to see this like
Should
really
have
good
amended
debate going
this.
back and forth, though.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Arizona reserves a point of order. Are we getting the?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4848 offered by Mr. Nadler.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from, clerk will distribute the amendment, then the gentleman from New York is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is simple. It would strike the term First Amendment in Section 2A and replace it with the word Constitution. As I mentioned in my opening statement, there is a real need for a statutory cause of action for individuals whose constitutional rights were violated by a federal official. Currently, there is a judicially created cause of action under Bivens and its progeny, but that is limited to only a few types of constitutional violations. Since Bivens was decided over 50 years ago, the Supreme Court has taken a dim view of creating new common law causes of action and extending Bivens to provide a remedy for more constitutional violations. Indeed, as the authors of this bill are no doubt aware, the Supreme Court declined to extend Bivens to include claims for First Amendment violations. But that raises the question, why is this bill focused only on the First Amendment? Aren't the rights secured by other parts of the Constitution just as important to the nation?
I agree
What
with
about
that.
the Fourth Amendment prohibition on unlawful search and seizure? Or the Fifth Amendment guarantee of due process? In fact, Section 1983, after which this bill has been modeled, provides a cause of action against state officials for, quote, the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution, close quote. After all, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. State officials are potentially subject to a suit for deprivation of any rights secured by the Constitution. Why shouldn't such a remedy be available when a federal official commits the same deprivation? I would urge the majority to adopt a simple, straightforward amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
This might be the first time in history I say I agree with Mr. Nather.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona, insist on his.
But let's see what
Yes,
the
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Republicans
I do.
say about it.
Gentleman's recognized.
The gentleman's amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us and therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, and I yield back.
Does the sponsor of the
Why are they
amendment
against
wish to be
it?
heard on the point of
Curious.
order? Maybe we can consolidate.
I think that it is clear that if we're talking about the First Amendment, the Constitution should also, the rest of the Constitution should be protected, and that's all I'll say. And that's why we should go back, and if this amendment is in fact out of order, we should go back, we should have a hearing anyway and redraft the bill to cover all
We
these
should.
problems.
This would be a great hearing.
I yield back.
I'm prepared to rule on the gentleman's amendment. It does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test. Therefore, it is not germane and is out of order. Who seeks recognition?
So they're saying it's overly broad, basically, which is unfortunate
Gentleman
because
from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
mean,
Chairman.
I
Seek to
never thought I'd
strike
say
the
I
last
agree
word.
with Mr.
Actually, I want to
Nather.
recognize myself and yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say, although the amendment's out of order, but I think in terms of the couple of the points that have been raised, let me just address one more time. Mr. Ivy's expressed concerns that there could be some unanticipated ways that things would not be handled, or what courts would have to go doing something really totally new. And Ms. Hageman has addressed this pretty thoroughly. The reason to track the language of 1983 is Section 1983 is to make sure that all of the thousands of cases against state officials that have come along and been decided by our courts and established judicial doctrines like qualified immunity that protect the administration of law and only impose liability upon people who are violating clearly established law, is exactly the reason to duplicate that with respect to this when we're opening this to federal officials. And the reason to, I mean, I understand someone can always take a bill and go farther than it goes, but I don't understand that as a basis for objecting. In fact, I would think that the members who have advocated for doing it with respect to all constitutional rights would certainly embrace this opportunity to do a test case for federal officials. And as for me, I mean, the reason we're doing it is because that's where the problem is. The First Amendment rights are the ones that, to me, the evidence that we've uncovered in our investigative processes indicates are being trampled by federal officials. The last time Democrats used iron partisan control of law enforcement and prosecutors and judges and jury pools to punish the innocent and execute the unjust, they did it with state officials in the Deep South. Congress responded with Section 1983, originally enacted as the Ku Klux Klan Act. And now the tool Democrats are using, in my belief, is federal agents and agencies. If that's not, if that is an unfounded belief, then people can bring actions and they'll be dismissed out of hand because they won't be able to demonstrate or allege violations of clearly established law with respect to First Amendment rights. If it is, if on the other hand that is occurring, then again, those who've advocated the Bivens Acts in previous and want to do this, as Mr. Nadler suggested, for every constitutional right will have the camel's nose under the tent. You'll have established that it works and it works well for federal officials and it was a good idea, and then someone can broaden it later. But I can't think of any reason for someone to object to it's what they all call a half a loaf, right? So it'd be a great bipartisan exercise.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I will. It's not my time to yield, but I
yield.
All right. I appreciate the gentleman's comments, and I would say this because I share the ranking member's view on expanding it, and I certainly would be all in favor of expanding, dealing with the qualified amendment issues, and we could address that, especially to the extent it dealt with police conduct on the 4th, 5th, 6th Amendment, for example. And I do think that, and I don't know if the gentleman's open to, a friendly amendment, but that would certainly be one that I would support. As far as having the camel's nose under the tent, we already do. I mean, the Bivens legislation, and the body of law that the colleague from Wyoming mentioned a few moments ago is extensive, and I think shows really clearly that it doesn't go far enough with respect to law enforcement excessive force cases, for example, based on Supreme Court rulings in the recent times. So I would certainly request that the other side consider.
That might be their
accepting the ranking
motivation to
member's
wanting
amendment
it to be
or something like it, so we can broaden it and address it in that way. And I've just, in one last quick point, your point about the president, vice president language is an amendment that's coming after we deal with this, when I'll be offering that shortly. And then lastly, with respect to the gentlelady from Wyoming, I would just say I take your point about the scope of employment. I didn't mean, though, while he's on duty. I just meant beyond the scope of what he's authorized to do as a police officer. And with that, I yield back. And I thank the gentleman for the time.
Remaining time is to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Lovely.
Just very quickly, many of the other rights that you're talking about, such as the right to due process and equal protection, we already have the ability to bring actions related to those against federal actors. So that's another reason why we focused on the First Amendment, because as you keep referring to the Bivens action, there is a Fourth Amendment ability to sue the federal government for violating the Fourth Amendment or the Fifth Amendment. So we have those in place, the Sixth Amendment, the Eighth Amendment. It is only the First Amendment that has kind of been left out in the cold in terms of the case law as to a person's ability to sue a federal employee or federal actor.
Got it. Okay. So that's what their objection is that there's already laws in the books. So she's saying we don't need to create another law that's redundant.
For violating freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, and those sorts of things. So that's another reason why we are focusing specifically on the First Amendment, because that's the one where we do not have the ability to bring a cause of action right now. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, seeks recognition. Gentleman from Maryland has your amendment ready, Mr. Ivey.
Well, if I've been recognized yet for this for this round.
Why I was going to recognize you for your amendment. I thought you said you had an amendment coming.
I do, but are we done with the previous amendment?
That was not germane.
Okay.
That was not
Then
germane.
I have an amendment at the desk. Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman is recognized for amendment. The clerk will report.
Reserved point of order.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized on his amendment, which I think is about the president and the vice president.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this language would strike the language at least on my draft, page 2, lines 22 and 23, other than the president or the vice president, for the reasons we've talked about previously. Ultimately, I believe my colleague from North Carolina said I think you call it the German soldier defense. There's no German soldier defense. And I'm fine with that analogy, I suppose, but I think it gets to this point. The person who's ultimately at the top is the one who should be held accountable.
No.
We should be able to do that if this language is
He's
put
trying
in
to get
place, as I
around
mentioned a few minutes ago.
presidential
I'd love to
immunity,
see
which
it broadly,
won't ever fly. It's
more
unconstitutional.
broadly applied than the First Amendment language, but I know that the chair's ruled on that already. But my amendment would be aimed at getting at the people who are giving the orders about what duties should be carried out, not just the people who are carrying out duties as they're directed to do them. And I think it gets to the point of, especially when you've got people who are acting in this instance within the scope of their employment, which I suppose could be following the orders that they've been given by their supervisors. And if it goes up the chain, as I think the gentleman from North Carolina and the gentlelady from Wyoming have stated, that you should go up the chain to make sure that you're getting at the root of the problem as opposed to scapegoating the problem. These issues might go to all the way to the White House. It might go all the way to the top. So I would think that we should have that language in place if we really want to get at the types of issues that you've raised. Some of those issues, maybe don't go to the top, but some of them do. And I want to say this too, with respect to our previous president, to the extent we're worried about people making statements from the mantle of the presidency that could implicate or deprive people of their First Amendment rights or other rights. And I know you all will disagree with this, but I think President Trump arguably did that on several occasions. There's litigation that's pending that'll address some of that, but I think we've got a real world example about why it makes sense to go forward with this. The ranking member also posed a question about,
my question though is, how did President Trump, in his mind,
take a step that would
violate civil rights?
That was directing an employee of the federal government to commit an act that violated someone's First Amendment rights. Under this language as it's currently posed, the person who carried out the order would be liable, but not the president, not the person who gave the directive to do it. And I hear the point. He's elected. He runs for office, although in the second term of any administration, that's not really much of a guideline or a control. And the threat of impeachment isn't necessarily a full one either, as we've seen recently here as well. So I would ask that my colleagues adopt this amendment. And I appreciate the gentleman from North Carolina being open to the consideration of it. I know you didn't make a specific commitment, but I hope you'll give this full consideration, and I hope you'll be able to support the amendment. And with that, I yield.
Would the gentleman yield before yielding back?
So here's the thing, though, everybody. You can sue the administration under the name of the president. There is a lawsuit right now that's waiting to be heard at the Supreme Court, Biden versus Missouri. You're not actually suing Biden himself. You're suing the government under the name of Biden, right? Under the name of the president. So you already can do that. What Mr. Ivey is trying to say is he wants the president himself literally to be held responsible, which you can't do. It goes against presidential immunity.
Yes, sir, I will.
But will you support the bill if this amendment is agreed to?
I would support it if you do that.
You
And
cannot do
the
it.
First Amendment, yes.
So, well, that's not what I asked. Would you agree with it if this amendment is?
I would
added,
want
but
those
not-
two together, because I really do agree with the ranking member that limiting this to the First Amendment only, and I hear the explanation that was given. I don't think it's not persuasive to me, because the limits on the Fourth Amendment piece and the Fifth Amendment under the civil rights cases, I think has been pretty extensively documented. The Supreme Court has basically said, if you don't have a scenario, it'd be great to have had a hearing on this where we could have brought in civil rights experts and litigators who could actually walk us through the cases. But my recollection is the court says, if we don't have a prior case precedent of this happening before, we're not going to hold it liable. And so anything that happens, no matter how egregious it might be, if there's no immediate precedent for it, they strike it down on a motion to dismiss.
Gentlemen, yield on that point?
I will.
Just quick, you're describing the doctrine of qualified immunity.
Exactly. Yes.
Which your side's been trying to repeal.
That's right.
Statutorily. I mean, you're concerned about the implications of not having it there. And
well, that's part of why I like your language here, because it doesn't give qualified immunity. It says they're deprived of any immunity.
Or absolute immunity.
As I read it.
I don't know what you're pointing to, but it does. It replicates exactly the situation under 1983.
Mr. Ivey's going to talk himself into being for this
Yeah,
bill pretty soon. Pretty soon.
I withdraw the point of order.
Gentlemen, the gentleman's time is expired. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually oppose this amendment, and I'll tell you why. And the chairman may remember this from an old time in oversight in 2018, where a lot of different things were flipped. And we were walking into the hearing on facial recognition, and he asked me if I was ready to go. And I looked at him and I said, yeah, but I'm going after the Republican witness. I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to the First Amendment. And what happens here is the bureaucracy outlasts the presidency. I've had the same fights 5 years ago with Attorney General Barr on 702 that I'm willing to have with Attorney General Garland on 702. And you can look at it, and 702 and people who, searched on people who downloaded Muslim prayer acts, using facial recognition to identify people who were protesting in front of the US Capitol, participating in Black Lives Matter protests. The CDC is buying data to find out if you were going to church during quarantine. We're about to have AI come into this mess where you can take 5 individual points of data and tell you exactly who everybody is. We have millions of dollars going from the government to universities, to tech companies, to censor true information. Not disinformation, not lies. They call it malinformation. And the representative from Wyoming and the representative from North Carolina know that I have been very cautious about this legislation. I'm not particularly fond of private rights of action. I'm not particularly fond of issues that really make trial lawyers money and don't actually back into protecting rights. But the reality of this is that it is going on in significant places. And when we have agencies spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money to filter it through the system, to censor true information, not only is that a violation of the First Amendment, but is incredibly condescending. Like, it's incredibly condescending to the people who are looking at it. And we've had thousands of conversations about 230. We could have a huge conversation about qualified immunity reform, because the problem with it is if you turn everything into a fact instead of a legal issue, you're going to have sue and settle set up around every small department that exists from one end of the country to the other, because you can never get out of the case. And you're going to have insurance companies that end up into settlement agreements. And what you're really going to do, they're not going to sue the New York Police Department. The New York Police Department is going to deal with it. They're going to sue the Golden Valley County Sheriff's Department in North Dakota. And then in order to do that, you're going to uninsure and deal with all of those issues. But this goes on regardless of who the president is. It went on under President Trump. It goes on under President Biden. It went on under President Clinton. It went on President Bush. It went on under President Obama. The tools and the abilities to do this, and the absolute, what I think is the misinterpretation of the Blunt case about what is actually government action versus government coercion, is worthy of having this conversation. I'm for radical transparency. Radical transparency. And this is the best way I can see that we get to it, because it's happening every day. Combined with privacy in the digital age, these are the two biggest questions that face our country as we move forward. What does the First Amendment look like when everybody's dealing on platforms that have 230 protection? What does privacy look like when we have third-party data collection and AI that can run that data in an immediate basis? And then I would just say this on the Fourth Amendment and the Fifth Amendment, because I am not a 1983 action expert, but the remedies of the Fourth Amendment and the Fifth Amendment exist, because when you end up in these places, and you can talk civil versus criminal, but I get to challenge the Fourth Amendment. I get to, as a criminal defense attorney, I get to do those things, and we get to show that. And if you have a prosecutor or a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation or any officer anywhere that continually violates Fourth Amendment, the system takes care of it, because the judge will no longer give a warrant when that officer appears in front of them. A jury will no longer convict people when that officer, hold on a second, we can do this back and forth 1,000 times. There is no action that starts with a First Amendment violation. There's only coercion, there's only censorship, there's only moving it through 3 different chains. It's almost like laundering the government's coercion into it before it gets from universities to tech companies to doctors to whoever it is. And we have to have more confidence in our constituents and more confidence in the American people. The best cure for bad speech is always more speech. And I think our government has forgot that. And I don't care who's in, and I don't care what letter is behind the name of the president in charge. And with that, I yield back.
Well said. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from California, gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Well, I just want to add to, Mr. Armstrong's very solid arguments. There's a reason freedom of speech is enshrined in the very first amendment to the Constitution. It's because it's the foundation.
The most important.
Upon which our democracy is built.
Constitutional
There's
republic.
only one way to tell truth from lies, or good from evil, or wisdom from folly, and that's to put the two side by side and trust the American people to know the difference. And that requires that every citizen has the unfettered right to express their opinions, assert their view of the facts without fear of censorship or punishment. Now, that doesn't mean their opinions can't be denounced vigorously in the strongest possible terms by others, but it means that this free exchange of viewpoints is essential to assure that the good and the true and the wise rises to the top. And it's exactly this freedom that is now under such profound attack in our time. It began with the IRS persecuting Tea Party members, which had a chilling effect on the participation of so many citizens in the political process. I know of some today who stay as far away from politics as they can because they're scared to death of being put through an audit based upon their viewpoints. And this administration is proliferated into the abuse of the FBI and the Department of Justice. It's manifest in targeting parents who are protesting school policies, protesting election procedures, and expressing their religious viewpoints. It's extended to suppressing viewpoints over absolutely vital public questions, such as the shutdowns during COVID and the origins of COVID itself. And it turns out that those viewpoints that were systematically suppressed were the factually correct positions. It extended to interference in several presidential elections now, including the open debate over the contents and authenticity of Hunter Biden's laptop, which polls tell us played a decisive role in the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. This is absolutely fatal to a democracy. When the Democrats say our democracy is under attack, they're absolutely right.
No, it's constitutional
It's under attack by
republic.
them. It's the attack that they have waged on every person's freedom of speech. It strikes at the heart of democracy because it interferes with the process that guides a democracy. You know, for every right, there's got to be a remedy. Freedom of speech is the most fundamental right of our democracy, and it is under unprecedented attack, and every citizen deserves a remedy to defend their right, and this bill gives it to them.
Well said.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I think the question is we're on the gentleman's amendment from the gentleman from North Carolina.
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, having listened to the debate, I don't believe agreeing to this amendment would enhance the prospects for the bill. I think it would, in fact, go the other way because people would be concerned about the presidency and the vice presidency. I just don't think it adds anything, and certainly not when the proponents of it are saying that they don't intend to support the bill anyway, unless it's a totally different bill, which is outside which is beyond the scope of the hearing. And so I'll oppose the amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
That's not what I said.
I'll claim my time back. What you said was, because I asked you directly, if I supported this amendment and it were agreed to, would you support the bill? And you said no, not unless it also included the all other, not just First Amendment subject matter, but all constitutional rights, which the chairman's already ruled was out of order because it expands the scope of the bill as drafted.
May I be heard?
I'll yield to you, but I'm not going to disagree. Well, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I mean, okay, yeah. As I stated at the time, yeah, they took down the ranking member's amendment on germaneness grounds.
Right.
I asked my colleague from North Carolina, he could still accept it as an amendment to the bill, as a friendly amendment. And with respect to the vice president and president piece, I appreciate the eloquent statements about the importance of the First Amendment and the free market of ideas. I share all of those. But this is actually not in contradiction to that. In fact, neither of these amendments would be in contradiction to that. They would actually support the concerns that you.
Let me reclaim, you're well beyond the scope of what you asked to respond to. And let me just use the rest of the time available to say, the gentleman, I certainly associate myself with the context, historical context added, and the eloquent comments by the gentleman from California. They actually at a very much deeper level indicated to me just how far we've seen this go back. I've heard the chairman tell stories in private about what it was like to be here when the scandal broke of Lois, what's her name again? Lerner, and the targeting of conservatives because they were conservatives, and there was never any accountability for it. She came in and you saw the recalcitrant commissioner of the IRS thumbing his nose at Congress over a period of time, and it sort of got a ragtag bunch in Congress trying to ferret these things out and present them to the American people, but they've gone on and on and on. And anybody who has been in favor of applying 1983 to all federal officers under these multiple Bivens Acts multiple times, who wouldn't say, I'm going to quibble over and I'm not going to support this bill because it doesn't, because it only addresses the most important rights we have, those secured by the First Amendment of the Constitution. Well, we'll let you stand on your hypocrisy.
Gentlemen,
yes, I yield to the chairman.
I was just going to add, it's not just conservatives who've been targeted as well. That's what we need to keep in mind. I think the gentleman from North Dakota pointed this out. The gentleman from California outlined it so well. But it's been folks in Black Lives Matter. It's been all kinds of people who've been censored and targeted. We want the First Amendment to be the First Amendment, and the only way you protect the right, as Mr. McClintock said, is to have that remedy. That's what this bill does on the most important liberties we have, the ones articulated in the First Amendment to the Constitution. I yield back.
Absolutely right. And to echo the point made from the gentleman from North Dakota, in this particular situation, you're not going to see a criminal proceeding at hand, which can be defended on the predicate that there's a violation of other federal constitutional rights like the Fourth Amendment and the Sixth Amendment. Here, you're just going to have federal officials, usually acting furtively and secretively, like Lois Lerner, like the FBI Foreign Influence Task Force, engaged in this, and you see the result of it obtained, and millions of Americans, not just the people that posted, by the way, millions of Americans, including those millions of Americans who had millions upon millions of Americans who had their right to receive information impaired in violation of the First Amendment. All of that needs to be responded to. And anyone who would say, well, I'm going to sit around and wait for my bill, that says a lot. And so I think it's unnecessary. It's a great bill. Clearer now that I've heard smarter people than me address it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Just very quickly, this bill is not a politicized bill. This is specific to the First Amendment and protecting all of those rights, whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, left or right. This applies to everyone. In terms of adding the president and the vice president, I think that we have seen the weaponization of the courts for political reasons against a former president. And I think that if you were to add president and vice president to this bill, it would be used to cripple all future presidencies.
Yes.
And I think that that's very clear by the fact, Mr. Ivey, that you continue to focus on the statements of an individual in a position of power rather than on the effort or the action of depriving someone of their First Amendment rights. So I'm not focusing on the statement of a politician who may stand up on a stage and make a hyperbolic statement. What I'm worried about is the universities prohibiting students from speaking because they have a disfavored position. It's not about the statement of the president or the vice president. It is about the action of the bureaucrats and the unelected individuals who are depriving people of their First Amendment rights. That's what this bill is directed to. And I don't have any further time. And I
well, you do, but would you yield the?
Gentlelady yields back. Someone will yield. Someone else going to yield. Gentlelady from North Carolina will yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
I mean, just quickly, I mean, I didn't offer an amendment that said Democrat or Republican. It says president or vice president. And as much as I might want the presidency to always remain in the hands of the Democrats, I know that's not likely to happen. So to say it's a politicized amendment, I think, it, goes beyond the plain language of the amendment that's offered. And with respect to the examples that you just offered, like the universities, and I think the cases, I'm just thinking out loud on these cases, but I don't recall any of them being federal institutions. So I don't know that this would apply to those scenarios that you mentioned. But at the end of the day, president making a hyperbolic statement, depending on what it is the biggest bully pulpit for potentially implicating an individual's First Amendment rights. There's no two ways about that. And I'm not pointing at any particular president. Y'all look like you're assuming I'm talking about one in particular, and you might be right. But it's important here to remember that the impact of what a president can have by the statements that are made from the public platform can be overwhelming, especially in the age now of the retaliatory trolling and the like. That you want to talk about impacting individuals' First Amendment rights. You start getting death threats and have to hire bodyguards. That certainly has an impact too, and we can talk about some of those cases if you want. But then with respect to just the final point, and then I can yield back. I think it's important too, back to my colleague from North Carolina's comment about the German soldier. This wouldn't just implicate public statements. This would implicate, as someone said, the furtive discussion where the president gives a backroom order directing someone to take a step that would, under the provisions of this amendment, deprive someone of their First Amendment rights. So I hear your arguments. I don't think they're actually applicable to the amendment that I offered, and I continue to encourage my colleagues to support this. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
For a recorded vote?
The gentleman asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Klein votes no.
Anyone else want to be recorded? Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 10 ayes and 16 noes.
Amendment is not adopted. Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All
Mr.
those in
Chairman.
favor say, oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Totally. I promised Mr. Massey he'd get to speak on the bill. The gentleman from Kentucky gets to talk.
Yay,
Thank you, Mr.
Massey.
Chairman. I just want to express support for HR 4848 and thank my colleagues Dan Bishop and Harriet Hageman for doing this. We have witnessed in our weaponization subcommittee so many specific examples of censorship by the federal government, oftentimes by proxy through third-party actors, but censorship nonetheless. And this isn't something that's just happened this Congress or under this president or the previous president. This has been happening for the entire time that I have been in Congress. We've witnessed this. In fact, I sat on the dais with Lois Lerner right there in front of us when she came in to testify, and she took the fifth. She refused to testify. But what did we know that she was doing? She was discriminating based on viewpoint. And so we've known about this problem for a long time. We've exposed it thanks to the Twitter files and many other things that we've witnessed in the Judiciary Committee and the Weaponization Committee. And what I hear from my constituents is, what are you going to do about it? You have these hearings and nothing ever comes out of it. Well, this is what we're doing about it. We are passing a law that gives American citizens a right of action against federal employees for violation of their First Amendment. It is long overdue. I hope this will pass on a bipartisan vote because this is not a partisan issue. As the chairman has pointed out, it's not just Tea Party groups that have been censored for years. It's Black Lives Matter, it's on the left, and it's on the right. The censorship is happening. And the problem is, every person in the government who's done this for the last decade has got off scot-free. Nothing has come about it. I say let the lawyers represent the people in court cases against the federal government. Give them the ability to bring these cases and the ability to succeed. I know there have been cases brought but then dismissed because it was so hard to prosecute this. I appreciate that Dan Bishop and Harriet Hageman have given us a clear path for American citizens to bring accountability themselves, not to rely on us in this committee, not to rely on the DOJ to do something, but to give them the power in a courtroom to have their day in court and to bring accountability. So I'm very enthusiastically co-sponsoring this bill, and I urge its adoption.
Would the gentleman yield?
And I now yield to my colleague from Texas, Chip Roy.
I agree with everything the gentleman from Kentucky just said. I yield back.
No, wait, gentleman yield to Ms. Sparks?
Yes, I yield to Ms. Sparks from Indiana.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief, but I'd really appreciate my colleagues bringing this bill. Our republic was created to protect people's rights to life, liberty, and property. But when we become in a government that becoming tyrannical, where we actually have a federal employees and federal government has oppressive techniques to oppress and suppress First Amendment rights that are so important. This is fundamentals of our country. We become very dangerous country with the government allowing to use money in a dictatorship of opinion. And unfortunately, our government has not been stepping up to protect people's rights. So this is an ability, at least for people, to challenge the government and protect their rights again for themselves against tyrannical techniques used. If we are not going to stand up for our freedoms, if we are not going to be standing up for our First Amendment rights, we're going to fail as a republic. So I think it's important to give that power for we the people. And I appreciate my colleagues standing up, and I hope that will be not a partisan issue, because it shouldn't be. It should be bipartisan issue to support First Amendment rights of the American citizens and go against tyranny of the government that we see more and more. So I appreciate it, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
Yes,
I yield
girl.
back.
She said
I yield
republic
back.
twice, not democracy.
From
Yeah,
Kentucky.
I thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Without the First Amendment, we can't have any of the rest. You can't protect them. Without the ability to criticize your government, without being repressed or without being prosecuted, you can't bring attention to this. So I appreciate the gentleman from Texas support and the gentlelady from Indiana. And again, thank my colleagues, Mr. Bishop and Ms. Hageman, for bringing about this much needed legislation. We need to protect the First Amendment, and that's why I support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Sparks? Ms. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Nagoose? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Issa votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 11 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 2595, the Forfeiture Funds Expenditure Transparency Act for purposes of markup, and move the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2595.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as
Should
read
be a
and
good
open
one. It's about
for
what do they
amendment at
do
any
with
point.
the
chair
funds
recognizes the
and
gentlelady
things
from
that they
Wyoming, Ms.
that
Hageman,
they-
for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr.
that are
Chairman.
forfeited.
HR 2595.
The gentlelady
Transparency about what
is
they do with them.
Committee come to order. Gentlelady's recognized.
HR 2595, the Forfeiture Funds Expenditure Transparency Act of 2024 is a simple and straightforward bill that requires state and local law enforcement agencies with the authority to prosecute a criminal case to report how forfeited funds and property are used. The Department of Justice operates the Equitable Sharing Program, which allows any state or local law enforcement agency that participated in an investigation or prosecution resulting in federal forfeiture to request a portion of the federally forfeited cash, property, or proceeds. Under federal law, the Attorney General is required to report annually to Congress and make publicly available a report detailing total deposits into DOJ's Asset Forfeiture Fund, total expenses paid from the Asset Forfeiture Fund, the property transferred to local and state law enforcement agencies, and other information. However, the statute does not require state and local law enforcement agencies to report the receipt or use of specific property or funds to the Attorney General or to Congress. Current DOJ guidelines require the law enforcement agencies to certify that they will use equitable sharing funds for permissible purposes. The guidelines also require state and local law enforcement agencies to submit an annual report to DOJ detailing the agency's receipts and expenditures of equitably shared funds. However, this information is reported solely to the DOJ and not to Congress. Congress authorized the fund and the Equitable Sharing Program and therefore has an interest in overseeing its application. Right now, we are limited to just seeing the federal side of the picture. Having a full understanding of how the Equitable Sharing Program is conducted is even more important today as this committee considers bipartisan legislation to reform our federal civil asset forfeiture laws. Oversight is necessary for good governance and legislating, and this bill promotes transparency and accountability with how federally forfeited funds are received and used by state and local law enforcement agencies. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, HR 2595, the Forfeiture Funds Expenditure Transparency Act, would import a reporting requirement into an asset forfeiture system that is in desperate need of overhaul. There is universal agreement on this committee that the asset forfeiture system requires major reform. That is why in June of last year, we voted unanimously to favorably report HR 1525, the Fifth Amendment Integrity Restoration Act. That bipartisan bill would eliminate the system of administrative asset forfeiture, which allows the federal government to seize and retain property that it believes was connected to a federal crime, regardless of whether the property owner committed the crime and regardless of whether the commission of the crime has been proven in court. As I explained during the markup of HR 1525, there is no judicial oversight of administrative forfeiture proceedings at all. The system lacks protection of Fifth Amendment due process rights, and it creates perverse incentives for federal agencies to pursue civil forfeiture in cases where it is unwarranted. Many state and local law enforcement agencies have similar asset forfeiture procedures. Moreover, the value of forfeited property is often less than the cost to retain legal counsel, leaving lower income people whose property is seized for forfeiture with no ability to fairly contest the seizure. This is particularly troubling in light of several studies that have shown civil forfeiture disproportionately impacts working people and communities of color. These already problematic features of our asset forfeiture system are compounded by the Equitable Sharing Program between federal and state law enforcement, which allows authorities, even in the states that have eliminated or reformed their own forfeiture laws, to receive a percentage of forfeited funds referred to the federal government for seizure. The FAIR Act would begin to remedy the problems with our asset forfeiture system. It would eliminate the administrative process so that only an Article III judge could order a forfeiture. It would raise the legal standards for forfeiture from a preponderance of the evidence to clear and convincing evidence. It would provide access to counsel for indigent persons seeking the return of their property. And critically, the FAIR Act would abolish the equitable sharing program between federal and state law enforcement agencies. These reforms enjoy support not just from a broad bipartisan coalition of advocacy organizations, but also from the members of this committee on both sides of the aisle. If the majority is truly concerned about the state's use of federally seized assets through equitable sharing, then the clear solution is to bring the FAIR Act to the floor. For 8 months, the bill has been ready for a floor vote. Instead, we're inexplicably marking up a bill that would make no effort to reform the federal asset forfeiture system, and instead would merely require state and local law enforcement agencies to report every 6 months about the use of funds that they obtain through the Equitable Sharing Program. Not only are there already extensive reporting requirements in the Equitable Sharing Program that render this bill largely duplicative, but this new reporting requirement would be entirely unnecessary under the FAIR Act because that bill would eliminate the Equitable Sharing Program altogether. Ultimately, this legislation represents a step back on the road to reform, legitimizing a program that each of us has voted to eliminate while making no effort at serious reform. This committee has already voted in favor of significant reforms to our federal forfeiture system. Rather than advancing this competing and practically meaningless legislation, I would ask my colleagues to instead use the power of this committee to bring the FAIR Act, which we've already reported to the floor. I would proudly join you in working to enact the FAIR Act into law. But until that happens, I must vote no on H.R. 2595. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have an
Yields back. The
amendment.
gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2595 offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment simply adds the year to the title of the bill and updates the implementation of the bill's requirements until after it becomes law. It is not intended in any way to alter the important purpose of this bill, and I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you for your generosity. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. First, I join the ranking member, Mr. Chairman, of the full committee, and I would imagine I would join you in moving for the FAIR Act to go to the floor of the House as quickly as possible. And I think we would solve the gentlelady's concern and many other concerns.
The gentlelady yield for a second. We are working on that, and we want that to happen as well. It's like we're working on FISA. We want that to get to the floor as well.
Delighted. I think
yield
if we worked on the keeping the government open, this Judiciary Committee could get it done. So let's do all of that. And HR 30, Mr. Speaker, I'm called him what he should be. But in any event, the HR 30, the anti-trafficking bill. But in any event, we'll work together on many things. HR 2595, the forfeiture funds expenditure transfers that receive forfeited property or money through the Equitable Sharing Program. This bill would require recipient agencies to provide details for every receipt of property or money and for the activity to which the property or money was used. While greater transparency is certainly needed in nearly every aspect of the civil asset forfeiture process, we should avoid lending any credibility to or perpetrating a failed system that is rife with opportunities for use, perpetuating. Initially designed to provide law enforcement with tools to combat maritime offenses and criminal enterprises, civil asset forfeiture in its current form is often used to target innocent individuals who are primarily people of color and or people of lesser means. These unfair laws and procedures exacerbate racial and economic inequality, unnecessarily deprive people of property rights, and needlessly incentivize policing for profit. We want to help our police, but in many instances, this kind of process takes away the homes of the grandmother that the potential criminal may have lived in. They take the grandmother's home, and the grandmother can't get her home back. Recognizing the troubling and controversial consequences of civil asset forfeiture reform has long been a bipartisan issue. I remember, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Nadler, working with Chairman Hyde. This was a big issue for him, with a procession of members raising serious concerns about fairness and due process from both sides of the aisle. Congress last enacted reform in 2000 with the passage of the Civil Asset Forfeiture Reform Act. Since that time, this committee has dedicated countless hours to reform, exposing many flaws in the process that necessitate considerable change. Current laws allow the federal government to seize property, money, or assets that are purportedly linked to criminal conduct without even or ever arresting, charging, or convicting the owner, and needing only to prove its case by preponderance of the evidence. Following successful forfeiture proceedings, Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury are authorized to share forfeited property with state and local law enforcement agencies through equitable sharing. Equitable sharing, coupled with adoptive forfeiture, allows state and local governments to partner with DOJ and the Treasury to transfer seized property, money, or other assets to the federal government for forfeiture and receive up to 80% of the proceeds, regardless of state law. We have learned that the equitable sharing program undermines states' attempts to regulate forfeiture and has invited the worst abuses by law enforcement. For example, state and local police have reportedly engaged in abusive and coercive traffic stops to establish some pretense to seize property and money from motorists. I want to qualify this by saying this is not the standard for all police in America. This is not a definition of police, but these incidences happen. And again, I refer to the grandmother who loses her house innocently and the arduous process these often innocent people face when trying to recover their property in both time-consuming and costly. Grandmother needs her house back, and for many property owners, they simply cannot do it. As Ranking Member Nadler previously said, the current system of civil asset forfeiture is legalized theft in some instances. And so it is important to note that the Ranking Member made this astute observation during the markup of H.R. 1525, the Fifth Amendment Integrity Restoration Act of 2023, the Bipartisan Fair Act, which I'm a co-sponsor and is led by Ranking Member Raskin, co-sponsored by our chairman and many others. Among the many reforms this bill does is improve our work. Let's do the Fair Act. Let's work to do this together, and let's provide real relief to those who have unfairly lost their property. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I support Ms. Hageman's bill to bring transparency into civil asset forfeiture. Right now, there aren't enough guardrails on civil asset forfeiture. And because of that, there's a perverse incentive, I think, to over investigate, to basically do the traffic stops, as Ms. Jackson Lee was talking about, because the inequitable thing about it is they can keep your property even if there's not a prosecution. And the effort that's required is sometimes insurmountable to get your property back. And so, although I favor complete reform of this and support the Fair Act, as has been mentioned on the other side of the aisle, I think a good step in getting there, I'll take half a loaf if you can't get the full loaf. A good step in getting there is to bring transparency to it. For instance, I'd like to get rid of the Federal Reserve. What is the bill that I introduced? The Federal Reserve Transparency Act. I think if we actually audit it and people find out what's going on, that they would want to get rid of it too. The objections that I hear, though, to that bill, I think are the same objections you might hear to this bill, which is if we know what they're doing, it'll change their behavior. Exactly. That's what we want. The transparency in this will change their behavior. Once we can find out what they're doing with these assets, how they're using them, state and local federal governments are using them, then I think we can motivate the reform that maybe doesn't have the full support of the entire Congress, but should have it at this point.
The gentleman yield.
I would yield to my colleague, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I wanted to emphasize some very important points that the gentleman has. We may have a difference of opinion on this underlying bill, but I think the gentleman is in full support of the Fair Act, just as I've determined that Chairman Jordan is, that we need to move that bill. But I think the point I want to make, which is clearly a large due process point, you don't need to be convicted. You can simply be stopped or arrested, and you have to be the activist to go and get your property back. That's why I mentioned grandmother, because it may be grandmother's house that is put up for the arrested person, the bond, and so it is grandmother's house or grandmother's car that has to be in the eye of the storm. And I think that's what we need to focus on. I yield back to the
Yeah, reclaiming my time, I appreciate the gentlelady punctuating that point, that your property can be taken without even a prosecution occurring, and you can't get your property back. So I do support the Fair Act to restore the Fifth Amendment, which basically says the government can't take your property without compensating you for it. But that violations of the Fifth Amendment are happening. I think if we have transparency into this, it will motivate even more support for the FAIR Act. And that's why I support Ms. Hageman's bill. And I yield to Ms. Hageman.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. And just very briefly, I also agree that we should do away with civil asset forfeiture entirely. But until we do so, this is one of the incremental steps in that direction. And I appreciate the comments made on both sides of the aisle in relation to this particular bill. And I request the support of everyone here. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Massey.
I thank you, Ms. Hageman. And I think it's important for everybody to understand you are offering this bill sincerely and not as a placebo and not as a way to avoid the reform or elimination of civil asset forfeiture, but as a way to get closer to that. And so that's why I hope that everybody on both sides of the aisle will support this. And I yield back to Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Well said. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't use the whole 5 minutes, I promise.
It's all yours, man. You got all 5 if you want it.
I did want to say this, though, because I appreciate the gentlelady's goal here. I support the information that she wants to target. My colleague from Kentucky, I certainly appreciate that point too. But the only thing I would say on this is that this is not a transparency problem, because what you have here is local law enforcement, police departments, prosecutors, and the like. And I've been in that world. They're not trying to hide the fact that they're seizing all these, cars and houses and guns and drugs and cash. They do press conferences and spread it out on the table and say, these are the things that we seized, because they're proud of it. And not only that, they brag to their taxpayers, and taxpayers love this, by the way, and say, see, I paid for X% of my prosecutors or police officers using these forfeited funds. And not only, on top of that, some departments actually paid salaries for, whether it's police, prosecutors, they buy weapons, they buy vests, they buy, materials for the police officers. And generally speaking, many Americans think this is a great thing. So, I think if we really want to get to the point, and I take the point about the lack of guardrails, that's really where we have to go, because it's not a transparency and accountability issue from the standpoint of how law enforcement views this. They think it's the best thing since sliced bread, and they're happy to tell people about it.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
I just want to confirm what the gentleman said. We had a local sheriff who at the county fair would display everything he had seized. But he would first paint it in what we called Bill Lewis gold. It was Sheriff Lewis, who's since passed away. So otherwise, the best sheriff we've ever had. But he would paint the bass boats, the jet skis, the RVs, all in the sheriff's colors, and bring them to the county fair and show that everything that he had seized. And that was, some people thought that was good and some people thought it was bad. But I do think if we could know how pervasive that is and collate it and bring all of that combined, how many assets are being seized? If we could have a better understanding of how much that's going on, I don't think it would hurt. I yield back to the gentleman.
I appreciate that. And I must say that your local sheriff was much more creative than we got in Maryland. That's the next step. But in all seriousness, though, I appreciate the goal here, but I really think the FAIR Act is where we need to go. I think we really do know what the problem is at this point. We know that it has a negative impact on low-income communities because they can't afford to hire the lawyer to get the car back and to go into the litigation. I've been on the wrong side of, when they're taking houses and other assets and certain types of litigation, criminal litigation that breaks down into administrative litigation, because as was said earlier, prosecutors don't even have to go forward with the prosecution to seize the assets. So I take the points. But I really think that the FAIR Act is where we need to go. I think we really know that this is a problem, which has been well expressed on both sides of the aisle, I think, in this debate. And the solution has to be, in my view, to curtail the ability for law enforcement to do these. So I'm going to oppose the bill, but I support the goal, especially in the context of the overall FAIR Act. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bill. I think it's a good step. And in particular, I also want to draw attention to an important thing. We have on our committee today a gentleman who is 1/4 his actual age, stated age, a birthday that comes around only once every 4 years on Leap Day, and that's the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, and I want to wish him a sincere happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Klein.
This would be number 7 or 8, which is
You're only 12? 14? 13? Yeah. I love it. Are you looking for one where you must be 25? Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
no.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Maryland requests the yeas and nays. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Sparks? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes yes. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Oh, Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 7 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 7335, the Transparency and National Security Threats Act, for purposes of markup, and move the committee reported favorably to the House. Clerk will report the bill.
HR 7335 to
Without
direct.
objection, the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The national security threat from our open southwest border should now be obvious and alarming to every American. During the first fiscal year of this administration, Border Patrol encountered 15 suspected terrorists attempting to illegally enter our country. Now, that was 5 times as many as the prior fiscal year under Donald Trump. In fact, it was more than we'd encountered during all 4 fiscal years of the Trump administration combined. The second fiscal year of this administration, that number skyrocketed from 15 to 98. Last fiscal year, 169. So far this fiscal year, another 58. That's a 3,000% increase in known or suspected terrorists that we've been able to apprehend. This is shocking in itself, but there have also been 1.8 million known gotaways in the same period. These are people that the Border Patrol watched or tracked crossing our border that they couldn't stop while they've been overwhelmed processing illegal aliens into the United States. 1.8 million illegal entries about whom we know precisely nothing. When Biden abandoned Afghanistan, he released 5,000 of the most dangerous terrorists on the planet. 10 days later, one of them detonated the bomb that killed 13 U.S. service members at Kabul airport. We don't know where the others are, but it's a good bet more than a few are among those 1.8 million. Last July, the FBI director warned this committee that the open southwest border poses a massive security threat to our country. His words, massive security threat, because of the increase in, quote, known or suspected terrorists coming across the southwest border. Under this administration, the threat doesn't stop once these watch-listed aliens are encountered at the border. Instead of detaining and deporting them, the Biden administration is releasing some of them into our cities and towns. In April of 22, for example, a terrorist was released by the Biden administration in Yuma, Arizona. He boarded an airplane and flew from California to Florida. Last March, an al-Shabaab operative from Somalia illegally crossed the U.S. border in California, and according to press reports, quote, was released by Border Patrol and then freely roamed the U.S. for nearly a year before ICE arrested him last month. In November, the administration released a Pakistani national on the terrorist watch list. Last August, a foreign national with ties to ISIS helped to smuggle aliens from Uzbekistan, Russia, Georgia, and Chechnya into the United States illegally through the southwest border. How often does this happen? We have no idea because the administration won't tell us. Shortly after the news leaked about the ISIS-tied smuggling ring, I requested a briefing from DHS and the FBI. I was initially told that we'd get the classified briefing, but the administration changed its mind and has stonewalled that request ever since. This committee and the American people should be notified every time the administration releases a watch-listed alien into the U.S., and we should know where the alien is located. Of course, the administration stonewalled Chairman Jordan's repeated requests for that information. In April of 2022, Mr. Jordan asked Secretary Mayorkas whether watch-listed illegal aliens had been released into the United States, and if so, where they were now. Mr. Mayorkas had no idea, but promised to get back to him. Mr. Jordan, I understand, is still waiting, despite many follow-up requests. To this day, the committee still doesn't know how many suspected terrorists the Biden administration has released into the country because DHS refuses to tell us. A large portion of the illegal population flooding into our country is military-aged single males. We know nothing about the gotaways, and without documentation and confirmation of that documentation from their home countries, we know nothing about those that the Border Patrol does encounter. The Border Patrol has to take their word even for their names and ages. They can board U.S. aircraft with their arrest warrant, their notice to appear, as their only identification. My greatest fear is that someday, perhaps someday soon, we will suffer a coordinated terrorist attack throughout the country by elements that have already been allowed to enter our country. After October 7th, we know what a bloody day that would be. The Transparency and National Security Threats Act requires the Attorney General, in conjunction with the DHS Secretary, to provide this committee with the categorical and alien-specific information regarding watch-listed aliens encountered by DHS. It also requires that the administration make public each month the number of illegal aliens encountered at the border from each foreign country, information that is currently unavailable to the American public. I'm pleased to have worked together with the minority on this legislation. I appreciate the input that they've provided. I look forward to this bill being signed into law either by this president or the next. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, this legislation imposes a variety of new reporting requirements related to migrants encountered at the southwest border who are on the Terrorist Screening Data Set, or TSDS. Congress should seek additional transparency and accountability from the executive branch, and therefore I support this legislation. I also want to thank Chairman McClintock for working with us on the bill before markup. Although I support obtaining the information required under the bill, I hope that it does not serve as an invitation for my colleagues to scare the public, demonize immigrants, or score cheap political points. The majority seems to send almost daily letters seeking the file of a new migrant from the Biden administration to feed their false narrative that immigrants are a threat to our communities. This bill appears to be an effort to short-circuit that
I don't think that's a false
I
narrative.
would note that while I am always sympathetic to those seeking to conduct oversight, the majority may have had more success seeking these files if they had not released a public report that contained detailed information from the confidential file of an unaccompanied child, in clear violation of the expectations under which they were given access to that information. As we mark up this legislation, I think it is important to give context to the TSDS. The number of migrants encountered that are listed in this database has indeed increased significantly in recent years. The majority repeatedly cites this figure to present a misleading impression about the threat these encounters pose to our communities. When digging into this data, however, a far more nuanced picture is revealed, one that gets lost in the Fox News talking points that we regularly hear. In fact, I think much of the data being sought in this legislation will prove that point. First, as Customs and Border Protection publicly states, quote, TSDS originated as the Consolidated Terrorist Watch List to house information on known or suspected terrorists, but has evolved over the last decade to include additional individuals who represent a potential threat to the United States, including known affiliates of watch-listed individuals, unquote. As a result, the TSDS is a database that includes millions of people, including family members of suspected terrorists and individuals on various government watch lists. In addition, because of the expansive nature of the list, many times apprehended individuals are flagged as being on the TSDS by mistake because they share a common feature with someone on the list, like a name or birth date. Second, all migrants on the TSDS who are encountered are apprehended, identified, and given additional vetting. Third, while the nationalities of those apprehended on the TSDS is considered classified, it has been stated publicly that there is a direct correlation between the increased migration from those in the Western Hemisphere to the border and the increase in the number of TSDS encounters. As the Washington Examiner noted, of 27 so-called terrorists, in quotes, apprehended at the border in a 6-month period in 2022, 25 of those were from Colombia, a country not known to be a hotbed of terrorist activity targeting the United States. The Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, also known as FARC, was designated as a foreign terrorist organization by the State Department in 1997, but they were de-designated in 2021. However, anyone who is a member of FARC or an affiliate, an organization that never sought to attack the United States, will be considered a terrorist in the TSDS database. There has been a significant increase in Colombian migration to the southern border over the last 3 years. Roughly 10,000 Colombians were apprehended in FY 2021, compared to over 165,000 apprehensions of Colombian nationals last fiscal year, a more than 15-fold increase. This means that the number of people in the terrorist database is likely to be highly exaggerated and includes many people who pose no actual threat to the United States. I hope that the information collected under this legislation will help us have a debate about immigration that is rooted in fact, not demagoguery. With that being said, I support additional transparency and Congress appropriately asserting its oversight function. Therefore, I support this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all of their opening statements will be included in the record. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purpose of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to explain the amendment.
The amendment just makes a small technical change on page 3. It doesn't change the substance of the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Texas.
It's a good thing, Mr. Chairman, that President Biden is at the border. I want to correct the record and make sure it is known that the president has been to Texas and been to the border before. Those of us who are Texans,
Or sometime
probably
in his
cannot
life.
count the times that we have been. And certainly as I served on the Homeland Security Committee and this Judiciary Committee and been on the Subcommittee on Immigration from the time I became a member of this committee, which with great pride I can say was in the 1990s, realize the important responsibility that we have. And data is important to that responsibility. I'm always sensitive to the question of due process, and I'm one of those that feels that you do not lose your due process rights on your status. It is constitutionally grounded. But I do think if we can come together around facts and data and information, which I know will be helpful to the White House and to the administration's determination as they prepare to add to their policies. One of their policies was the Southern Border Supplemental, which our members on this committee could help by encouraging the passage of that legislation. The delay of it has just made the situation worse. But I do think this legislation by the gentleman from California, the Transparency in National Security Threats Act, again, with my Homeland Security hat on, is an important addition to information and knowing who is crossing, who is coming. Since as I've seen the border, I'm watching families, I'm watching women and children, I'm watching dads with 2-year-olds, toddlers on their heads, I'm watching elderly persons struggling to make it across, all believing that this is their horizon for survival and success, all looking to America as a new miracle in their life. I can't distort or change what vicious cartel leaders may have done, coyotes and others, stories that go rampant in our South and Central American countries. But I do know that the definition of migrants should not be a widespread definition of terrorists. And so the idea of determining with this particular legislation, crossing the border and whether they are on the terror screening database, the TSDS, as well as requiring the provision of a detailed report to House and Senate Judiciary will be important for us continuing our oversight responsibilities, which I'd like to say to Republicans and Democrats, we basically did not complete our tasks. We were the leaders on immigration reform. We couldn't get our full House and Senate. Sometimes we got the House, sometimes the Senate, never get them together to get real immigration reform. And therefore, we have not had it since Ronald Reagan, some would say in 1986. So I would like to support this for the basis of truth, and that under TSDS, we know that we may find FARC members and others who are here to just make a buck and do more harm to the nations that they come from. But it'll allow us to design an immigration package, Mr. Chairman, that may effectively define who is desperately trying to reach America and what do we do to be able to stem the tide, but to be the nation that so many of us, my constituents who have come over as immigrants, and many of whom who have not come from the southern border, came first illegally. I remember as I close, the stages of many Polish sitting in this room, the Irish sitting in this room, who were unstatus and were seeking relief. So I support this bill because I think the truth factor is going to be very helpful. I hope that we, the Judiciary Committee, can be part of comprehensive immigration reform. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill. All those bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Roll call from the gentleman from Wisconsin. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Sparks? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Yes. Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Yes. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Benz votes yes. Ms. Hageman, you are not recorded. Ms. Hageman votes yes.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Isa votes yes.
We got any back in the back?
Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes yes.
So they must be waiting for some people to come in. There might be other things going on. Let's see if there's anything going on the House floor. Yep, they're still talking about Ukraine over on the House floor. Looks like some more people are hopefully coming in. They can finish up this. They have a couple different votes about illegal immigrants today, or bills that they're writing up. They're not voting on whether or not to implement them. They're voting on whether or not, yes, this is the complete bill that we want to present to the House floor. So they got a couple different ones today. Let me see. I can look and see. So I think the next one is the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act. And then there's also the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Commit Robbery Act. And then there's Sarah's Law. I'm not sure. Let's see what Sarah's Law is. Hold on. 661. Yeah. Okay. And that is, oh, well, again, amazing that we have to create something for this. To require U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to take into custody certain aliens who have been charged in the United States with a crime that resulted in the death or serious bodily injury of another person and for other purposes. Yeah, so it's amazing that we would have to create acts for these. Good, but terrible, those poor people. The interview with Roseanne. I can imagine. I can only imagine. They've had some really good debate here today. Um, Earlier, they were talking about a censorship bill, which was really good. A lot of debate about it. It was about the First Amendment, but it ended up kind of going into presidential immunity, which was really interesting. Because you could see, and it was Mr. Ivey on the Democrat side, who I appreciate Mr. Ivey. I don't, as I said earlier, I don't agree with most of the things he says, but I appreciate the way he constructs an argument and makes an argument. He's a really good model for constructive debate. And he was trying to slip in there that, that you should be able to press charges against the president and the vice president, as opposed to the bill was suggesting that all federal officials, but they didn't mention the president and the vice president. And of course, by adding in the president and the vice president, you're stepping kind of across the grounds of presidential immunity, which is unconstitutional. But we knew, obviously, it was pretty clear as to why they were doing it, and they did eventually, bring up President Trump. And I mean, so it was fairly obvious what they were trying to accomplish there, but the way they went about it was really fascinating to watch. David Hurley says, "Yep, this should be automatic deportation." I mean, I agree. Either that or prosecution. So hold them, and especially if they murder someone, they should be prosecuted for that. But I would say, prosecute if they're found guilty, have them serve their time. If they are still alive at the end of that sentence, then deport them back to the country that they came from, or just kick them out of the country, make them go somewhere else. But yeah, can't stay here after you serve.
Mr. Fry, you're not recorded. Mr. Fry votes yes.
Come on, people. There are some of us waiting here on you.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you are not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 7334, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Commit Robbery Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7334 to amend the Immigration
Without
Nationality
objection,
Act.
the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In just 3 years, the Biden administration has allowed more than 6 million illegal aliens into our country, 4.4 million deliberate releases, and 1.8 million known gotaways. Now, that's a combined population the size of the entire state of Missouri, our 18th largest state with 8 congressional districts. The Mexican drug cartels fully control the border. No one gets through without their permission. Every migrant pays a steep toll to them for illegal entry into the United States, and most enter owing them thousands of dollars. These debts are brutally enforced by the cartels in our own country, amounting to slavery for those in their thrall. Violent foreign gangs now do their bidding. MS-13, Trenda Aragua, and others are already well entrenched in our major cities, openly recruiting young illegal migrants to do their bloody business. Now, we've warned for years that the Democrats' open border policies would soon produce the criminal gang and cartel violence now common in third world countries like Mexico, in our own neighborhoods and in our own communities, And it's clear that that's now happening. As just one example, earlier this month, NYPD officers arrested 5 migrants in a sting operation looking into a gang of criminals who used stolen mopeds and scooters to violently snatch phones and wallets from pedestrians, mainly women. As of February 5th, police had named 9 suspects, all from Venezuela, Ecuador, or Colombia. We all know of the 9 illegal migrants who beat New York police officers, were released without bail, and fled. One was just rearrested for robbing Macy's a week ago Tuesday. Just last week, a 15-year-old Venezuelan in a taxpayer-paid shelter shot a Brazilian tourist during a botched robbery in Times Square and then opened fire on police. 4 were arrested in Troy, Michigan for multiple smash and grab robberies at a mall. In Chicago last week, 4 Venezuelan migrants who'd been here for less than a month and had already racked up 3 arrests for retail theft, and of course, immediately released, choked a CTA train rider into unconsciousness during a vicious robbery. Kyla Hamilton was murdered in her own home by an El Salvadorian migrant that this administration released into our country, despite the fact he had a tattoo identifying himself as an MS-13 gang member. Kayla's grieving mother addressed the Immigration Subcommittee last year. Laken Riley's young life has now been added to this growing butcher's bill for the Democrats' open border policies. The suspect in that case, deliberately allowed into the country, deliberately released by this administration, committed multiple crimes, repeatedly released by Democratic prosecutors, and now this. How many such monsters have the Democrats already allowed into this country? How many more will they allow before the American people stop them? This bill arises from Secretary Mayorkas's infamous memo that instructs ICE not to necessarily remove illegal immigrants, even if they are required to be removed by existing law for criminal acts. Here's how that works. Under the Trump administration in 2019, ICE arrested illegal aliens who accounted for 4,700 robbery charges and convictions. Last year, despite a 153% increase in border encounters, ICE arrested aliens who were responsible for only 3,100 robbery charges and convictions, a drop of 35%. So while more illegal aliens are entering the United States than ever before, ICE is removing fewer criminal aliens from the United States. In fiscal year 2023, the Biden administration removed nearly 60% fewer criminal aliens with criminal convictions and criminal charges than the Trump administration did in fiscal 2019. Again, despite a 153% increase in illegal migration. So in what world does this make sense? According to a staff report released by this committee just last month, DHS's own data show that there are 618,000 aliens on ICE's non-detained docket who have criminal convictions or pending criminal charges. That means that more than 500,000 criminal aliens are in U.S. communities, free to reoffend and victimize even more Americans. The threats of Biden's policies are widespread, but this bill takes a small stab at common sense. The Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Commit Robbery Act requires ICE to lodge detainers against illegal aliens who commit a robbery offense and mandates that such aliens be detained in ICE custody. In doing so, the bill conforms to existing law that mandates detention and has been upheld by the Supreme Court. By mandating the detention of illegal aliens who commit robbery, including those who are charged with or arrested for a robbery offense, this bill creates safer streets for every American and allows for such criminal aliens to be more quickly removed from the United States. I urge my colleagues to support the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Commit Robbery Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, robbery is a serious offense, and those who commit such a crime, regardless of their nationality or immigration status, should be prosecuted under our laws. H.R. 7334, however, is an overly broad bill that would result in extremely harsh and unintended consequences. It does not actually solve the problems with the immigration system and is just another attempt to target and scapegoat migrants. Under this bill, Any immigrant who is present in the United States without admission or parole and who is charged or even merely arrested for robbery would be subject to mandatory detention by the Department of Homeland Security.
Yes.
While at first glance this may seem reasonable, there are some very serious flaws with this approach. First, this bill would result in immigrants, even some currently in a lawful status and who have been in the country for a long time, being subjected to mandatory detention. For example, imagine a scenario in which police officers are responding to a bank robbery and they arrest the wrong individual due to a case of mistaken identity. By the way, this is not a far-fetched scenario. It actually happened earlier this month in Rennes, Georgia, when officers erroneously arrested someone for bank robbery and he spent 1 day in jail before bonding out. In another real-life example, a Detroit man was arrested and charged with armed robbery after the police
That
traced
happens
the
to
party of the
citizens.
robbery to a man
That's
with
not
his
an
name.
excuse not to do this.
The actual robber, as described by both the victims and his relatives, was 20 years younger than the man who was arrested. Despite this, he spent over 2 weeks in jail before a judge released him on bond. As our colleague Mr. Massey noted when considering a different bill at Markup 2 weeks ago, people within ethnic and racial groups share similar names, which can lead to false positives on background checks and cause punishments to be handed down to innocent people who happen to share the same name as someone who committed the crime. This can lead to unfair racial disparities, which Mr. Massey wisely sought to combat with respect to gun background checks. It also puts many innocent people in jail, and this problem would only be exacerbated if the bill before us became law. If either of the individuals I discussed had entered the United States as a child without permission many years ago, but was now a DACA recipient or had temporary protected status, what would have happened under this bill? They would have had an immigration detainer placed on them. This means that they would be picked up by the Department of Homeland Security and would be subject to mandatory detention, even though they were lawfully present and were wrongly arrested. Does that make our country any safer? Moreover, under the Immigration Nationality Act, a non-citizen who is convicted of or who admits to committing a crime involving moral turpitude or a CIMT is already subject to mandatory detention. Serious robbery offenses are generally considered a CIMT. However, the key here is that only those individuals who admit to or who are convicted of robbery would be subject to mandatory detention. But this bill goes way beyond that and mandates detention even for non-citizens who are charged or simply just arrested for robbery, regardless of the actual circumstances at hand. That is an overly broad and punitive expansion that I cannot support. I don't understand what my colleagues are trying to accomplish with this bill. Subjecting a wide range of people with lawful status, including DACA and TPS recipients, to mandatory detention is not a sensible policy choice and is not a good use of our limited enforcement resources. As we all know, Congress has never appropriated, and no administration has ever even requested, sufficient resources to detain all non-citizens who fall under the mandatory detention categories.
Because we've never had to deal with
Broadening the
this
scope of
scenario that
mandatory
we're in right
detention
now.
to include those who are charged with or merely arrested for robbery offenses. This bill also violates our bedrock principles of fairness and due process, ensuring that people have their day in court. Since when do we as Americans subject individuals to mandatory immigration detention simply because they were arrested or because a prosecutor decides to bring charges, even though the charges may be swiftly dropped? I am also for protecting our communities from harm, but not with this overly broad and punitive legislation that does more harm than good. I hope the majority is willing to work with us to improve this bill to ensure that it is appropriately targeted at behavior that actually puts our communities at risk. Mr. Chairman, before I close, let me observe that a few weeks ago, we considered a number of bills that all followed the same format, basic format. Find a heinous sounding crime, even better if you can find a recent anecdote, then craft a bill with sweeping immigration consequences that go far beyond what is actually necessary to address the issue at hand. Require indefinite detention and deportation of certain immigrants merely
I don't think
accused
so,
of committing
Dorothy.
such a crime, even if they are lawful long-time residents, like legal permanent residents, or have a lawful status like DACA or TPS. No due process required. Also that you can demonize immigrants and sound tough without actually making the country safer. Then repeat the whole process over again with the next bill. Today, we are considering 3 more bills along these lines, and I expect that we will see yet more in the weeks to come, none of which stand a chance of passing the Senate. Thank God. Surely, we have better use of this committee's time. Instead of working towards bipartisan solutions to fix our broken immigration system, House Republicans dismissed out of hand a border bill negotiated by some of the most conservative members of the Senate, a bill that Senator McConnell said was the strongest border bill in 30 years. Meanwhile, we are hoping to avoid yet another Republican-led government shutdown as chaos and dysfunction continue to rule the day in the House. House Republicans are out of ideas and incapable of governing, so they retreat to their tired playbook over and over again, taking up bills that will make no meaningful difference and have no chance of becoming law simply because they think it will yield some political advantage. What a shame. I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Not to
the
mention,
amendment.
he's talking
Amendment
about our
in the
rights to
nature of
due
a
process.
substitute
That's
to
our
HR
right given to
Without
us,
objection,
given
the
to
amendment in
citizens
the
of the
nature a
country. These
substitute
aren't
will be
citizens.
considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California to explain the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment simply makes technical changes and doesn't affect the underlying substance of the bill. I yield back.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman, our gentle lady from Texas.
thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Ask unanimous consent to be considered as read. And I really apologize for my.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7334 offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentleman from California reserves a point of order. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. Recognizing that Texas is in the eye of the storm, and those of us from Texas have consistently reached out to bring people to our districts, specifically in this congressional era, Congresswoman Escobar. And before that time frame, we would be going out of the necessity because of the crisis. We want to work effectively for bills that deal with the crux of the problem. I've already said that I want us to get the data so that we know who migrants really are. But certainly those who are destructively criminal are not those that we desire to be amongst us. And so I think it is important that no one is tagged being soft on crime, but really being fair and just. So specifically, this amendment strikes the following language: is charged with, is arrested for, so that an arrest or charge for a robbery offense is not sufficient to subject an immigrant to mandatory detention. This bill is a solution searching for a problem. Get the bad guys off the street, we understand that, but also give the courts the discretion on the particular circumstances so that we are not talking about persons being, in essence, denied their movement for whatever reason, just without giving the courts their decision-making capacity. This is, again, my amendment deals with people who have simply had suspicion or arrested. This is not conviction. As it stands, this bill would subject those individuals to mandatory detention. I would think we would understand that to be basically unacceptable, because bad things happen when you have mandatory issues and you do not give the opportunity for the person, whoever it may be, to be heard. In a
Bad things
situation
happen
where
when
an
you let
immigrant is wrongfully
millions of
arrested
illegal immigrants
for
in the
robbery
country.
due to mistaken identity, for example, that individual would now be subject to mandatory detention, even though they're arrested by mistake and never charged with a crime. As a ranking member mentioned in his opening statement, this is not far-fetched and does actually happen. In fact, just last month, Harvey Murphy Jr.,
Like I
a
said, that
Texas
happens to
resident,
citizens
was
too.
wrongfully arrested in Harris County for robbery in a case of mistaken identity. After being held in jail for nearly 2 weeks, he was released once prosecutors verified that he had not been physically present in the state when the robbery occurred. But during this time, he was allegedly attacked and raped by 3 men, leaving permanent physical and mental injuries. If this individual was a DACA or TPS recipient, he would be subject to mandatory detention under this bill, even though he was wrongfully arrested or never charged or convicted with a crime. This is not hypothetical. If the bill becomes law, there will be disastrous consequences. We can find ways to protect our law enforcement, to protect our communities. There is no doubt we are unified on that. And I recognize the need for meaningful criminal laws that hold perpetrators accountable. This bill, however, again, is a solution looking for a problem. But most of all, we do not want to be part of unfairly detaining individuals that will not pose a threat. And so I ask my colleagues to accept the amendment that Jackson Lee has offered. The Jackson Lee amendment is charged with, to strike the language that says is charged with or is arrested for, so that we can do the right thing in any form of comprehensive immigration reform. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
The Democrats are treating these illegal immigrants like they have the same rights as a
The
citizen. They
gentleman
don't.
withdraws the point of order. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple things. I respect the ranking member, but boy, I thoroughly disagree with him on his statement. He spoke about the Senate bill, and I just want to briefly speak about that, even if we're digressing for a moment. The Senate bill was awful. It was terrible. In fact, the supposed conservative senator who helped to put this together is censured in his own state for what
Excellent
he
point,
did
Johnny.
by the legislature there.
Some of whom have been
The
held
bill
for 2
didn't
years
finish building the
without
wall.
being charged yet.
This terrible bill didn't expedite sending people back to the country of origin. This bill didn't maintain or actually put in place again, which worked, the Remain in Mexico policy. This bill didn't stop catch and release. That's only mentioning a few. It actually codified, it made legal what is an illegal activity. I don't get what some folks refuse to get about this.
Right.
We have all the issues and the problems that we have now because we're allowing an illegal activity to take place and pretending that it's legal. It reminds me, in some jurisdictions where they're trying, liberal prosecutors, to reduce penalties from felonies to misdemeanors so they can say their felony count has gone down and that their city is getting safer. You can't codify, you can't make legal illegal activity. And that's, one of the many problems with the Senate bill. It was literally better to do nothing than to do that Senate bill. It wasn't compromised. It wasn't good. It was completely unfocused and wrong. And I think we've seen that. And that's why it didn't even come up for a vote in the Senate. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with the House. At the end of the day, they couldn't even get it up for a vote. I know Ms. Jackson Lee, no, actually it was the ranking member mentioned Georgia. And I thought she was good. I thought he was going to mention the case of Lincoln Riley in Georgia. Innocent young college student who was murdered by somebody who was illegal and shouldn't have been on the street. It's just common sense, man. I mean, I don't know what we're doing in this country. You can't bring this woman's life back. For all the talking points you may have, she's dead. And then finally, addressing the amendment, there is a mechanism for this. And I could go through, I won't, all of the precedent in the immigration courts over and over again. We now already can detain people, especially when we consider them dangerous, who have only been accused. This is nothing new. It's nothing we haven't done before, but we need to enforce it. And if there is something wrong, if it is a mistaken identity, if it is a problem where somebody shouldn't have been accused or shouldn't be detained or shouldn't be deported, they are going to have their day in the immigration court. Due diligence will be served with this legislation. I support it. We need to pass it. I think we need to show the American people, for God's sake, that we're trying to do something to stop what's happening.
Yes, you do.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I will yield.
I'm very curious about the mention you made of the Senate bill that it would codify something that is currently illegal. Would you mind sharing with us what you're talking about?
I reclaim my time. It would
She's an idiot
allow
if she doesn't know.
up to close to 2 million illegal aliens to be processed and pushed through into our country every year. And if the president chose to, he could change the ceiling and allow more than that. Supposedly there was a maximum limit, but it gives him the jurisdiction to go ahead and actually increase that number. That's wrong. That's not what people are looking for. We need to button up the border. Once the border is buttoned up and we know that we're safer, then we can look at immigration laws and look at the areas that need to be adjusted to allow good, legal immigrants that love this country. You know, when you see, and I'm going to talk about this later, but when you see that there were individuals in New York who were beating the daylights, a ton of them beating the daylights out of 2 cops, and then they did get arrested. They were released the next day, and as they walked out, they gave the double middle finger to the United States of America and to all of us.
Yep, it's on our thumbnail.
I mean, that's just wrong. I mean, let me tell you about, and I spoke about this last time, the legal immigrants that we want in America are people who love this country and pledge their support for the United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. What purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am rising in strong support of my colleague, Representative Sheila Jackson-Lee's amendment.
course
It
you are.
is a very good amendment. It would simply bring the bill more in line with current law by requiring that an individual actually be convicted of or admit to committing a robbery offense in order to be subject to mandatory detention. That seems like a very reasonable amendment, and I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will support it. Last month, my Republican colleagues were busy trying to deport immigrants, including lawful permanent residents, without requiring a conviction before removal. Today,
When did
want
they
to
ever say
subject
lawful
immigrants, including
immigrants?
those in a lawful
They didn't.
status, like DACA or TPS, to mandatory detention, even if they are never charged with a crime. When it comes to immigration, it seems that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can only think
So
in
full of
terms
it.
of enforcement, even though that very enforcement-only approach has proven to be wholly ineffective. Even the most draconian immigration laws have not prevented people from seeking refuge here, and expanding the mandatory detention criteria will not keep us safer. The Immigration and Nationality Act has impossible requirements that no administration has ever been able to meet, and no Congress has ever appropriated sufficient funds to detain everybody that is listed in the current mandatory detention categories. And despite that fact, my Republican colleagues' answer is they want to expand those categories. Under this bill, a wide range of people, including DACA and TPS recipients, would be subject to mandatory detention simply for being arrested for a robbery offense. It doesn't matter that these individuals may never actually be charged with a crime, or that their arrest could be a case of mistaken identity, as the ranking member described. Arrests due to mistaken identity are bad enough, but as Mr. Massey discussed in an earlier iteration of this markup, there are real concerns about racial disparities in the development of artificial intelligence and facial recognition tools. In one particularly egregious case, a Detroit woman was arrested for robbery and carjacking after she was improperly identified by an automatic facial recognition search. At the time of her arrest, she was 8 months pregnant. The police handcuffed her in front of her crying daughters and her fiance and held her for 11 hours before she was released on a $100,000 bond. Prosecutors did not dismiss the case against her for another month. If the woman had been on DACA or TPS, under this bill, ICE would have been required to pick her up upon her release, and her son would have been born in immigration detention. And this is all despite the fact that she did absolutely nothing wrong. This bill is a very serious and broad expansion of current law. It's also unnecessary, by the way. Immigrants who admit to or are convicted of serious robbery offenses are subject to mandatory detention under the Immigration and Nationality Act, and there's no justification for an expansion that mandates detention for those who are simply arrested or charged with robbery. People are often wrongfully arrested, or they're arrested and never charged with a crime. Right now, ICE is detaining more people than Congress has authorized funds for. Even still, this administration, like every other administration before it, is not even close to detaining everyone in the mandatory detention categories. I also worry that this legislation will make communities less safe. Under this bill, an individual that is subject to mandatory detention would have an immigration detainer placed on them so that they can be picked up by the Department of Homeland Security. For this to work, local law enforcement agencies would have to hold the immigrant until ICE is able to take custody. Local law enforcement agencies, however, need to have the trust of all of the members of their community, including immigrants, to effectively do their job. But that trust can be eroded if state and local law enforcement officers are viewed by the immigrant community as working on behalf of ICE. The Major Cities Chiefs Association has specifically addressed this issue, stating that lack of trust in local law enforcement can, quote, result in increased crime against immigrants in the broader community, create a class of silent victims, and eliminate the potential for assistance from immigrants in solving crimes or preventing future terroristic acts, end quote. Instead of working together on a bipartisan solution to fix the broken immigration system, here we are marking up a bill that has zero chance of becoming law. I hope my colleagues will work with us to pass this amendment and to accomplish a real goal of addressing immigration instead of passing more flawed bills like this. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know who's subject to mandatory detention? Anybody charged with robbery in federal court. U.S. citizen, non-U.S. citizen, anybody. It's a presumptive detention hold. Like it or not, illegal immigrants who are in this country are under the subject of federal jurisdiction. This isn't changing or expanding the law. It's allowing another federal agency to enact the law in the same way as which the federal court system.
Yes, good point.
That is the only difference. You want to talk about pretrial release reform in federal court, I'm your guy. Like, I'll sit down and work with anybody. But the reality is, if you're charged with robbery in federal court, you are going to be detained. The only difference here is we're asking another federal agency to apply the law in the same exact manner in which the federal court system applies the law.
Right, to
That's
people
it.
who aren't even citizens.
They are under federal jurisdiction. We wish they weren't. We wish they weren't here illegally, but when they are, they're under federal jurisdiction, not just the state in which they're in. All we're doing is applying the same rule to them that we apply to anybody else who is charged with this crime in federal court. Sure, we're moving it from one agency to the other in case they're charged in state court instead of federal court. If you're talking about wrongful detention, innocent until proven guilty, mistaken identity, I think there's a lot of people sitting in federal detention all across the country right now that would love to have that conversation.
Absolutely.
Because they don't get out.
Yeah.
There is no bond in federal court. You're either released or you're detained. All we're doing is saying that if you are an illegal immigrant and there is jurisdiction over you federally, we're going to treat you like anybody else who's arrested and charged federally. And with that, I yield back.
Excellent
Gentleman
point.
yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Of course, the Democrats won't have heard any of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support my colleague
this
from
one,
Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee's amendment. I'd like to, in addition to supporting the amendment, it's so important that we keep correcting the record every time Republican colleagues misrepresent the facts. But my colleague, Mr. Van Drew, earlier was talking about the Senate bill, which again, Republicans called the toughest border bill they have ever seen, and was trying to justify essentially opposing what is the toughest border bill
in any
Republicans have ever seen by claiming that the bill would allow 5,000 migrants to be processed into the country per day before the bill's provisions would be triggered.
That's exactly
not
what
true.
it said. That is what
And
it
so
said.
it's either
according to
clear
the
that
text of the
Republicans
bill.
didn't bother to read the Senate bill, or they want to provide some cover for
I
taking
did
Donald
read the
Trump's
bill,
orders,
and
which
he's
were,
right.
don't
I
pass
said
the
that.
bill because I don't want to solve anything. I want the problem, not the solution. What that $5,000 cap is, and this goes to actually all my Republican colleagues, because I've heard all of them repeat what Mr. Van Drew repeated, to all the Republican colleagues who are misstating that information. The bill states that after 5,000 people have been apprehended, that's when the other provisions of the bill get triggered, not when 5,000 people have been let in. They either know better and they're okay lying to the American public, or they're desperate to find cover as to why they bashed a bill that one of the most conservative senators in the United States Senate worked on and sought to bring not just out of the Senate, but to the House floor. I also,
All right, so let's look at it from her perspective.
Oh, Mr. Van Drew, you missed my explanation.
Oh, Mr. Van Drew, you missed my.
I'll repeat it quickly.
Yeah, let's hear it again.
The bill that came out of the Senate that had the $5,000 cap of people, which, when I asked you about whether, what concerns you about that bill, the 5,000 person is not 5,000 people admitted into the country, but once 5,000 people were apprehended.
Okay, so let's look at it from her perspective then. That means any number of people could be admitted, but 5,000 have to be apprehended. So from her interpretation, that's even worse.
With federal law enforcement personnel from El Paso, who are basically begging for the resources that the president asked for in the supplemental bill. And so not only can the federal government not do everything Republicans want it to do because it doesn't have the resources.
Because
but
you've let so many people
because we didn't
in.
pass the supplemental bill, there is a real deficit that poses a real risk to federal personnel because they just don't have the resources necessary.
Why is that?
Again, I'd like to thank Ms. Jackson Lee for her amendment and for her effort to create some due process in this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
The talking point sheets would be 1, illegal immigrants face no consequences. 2, allow as many illegal immigrants in as you see fit. 3, illegal immigrants shall be placed above all else. 4, make no sense and use no logic. And 5, be highly irritating. Have a great day. That's the Democratic talking points.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans are thankfully beginning to realize the danger of the policies that the Democrats have been advocating and imposing in our country wherever they take control. This bill simply says if an illegal alien who's already required under federal law to be detained is charged with robbery because they haven't been detained, they have to be taken into custody and taken off our streets. The Democrats oppose this even today. Even today, after all the violence that we've seen. Laken Riley's assailant had not been convicted of a crime when he was alleged to have brutally raped and murdered her. He'd only been charged with several crimes and then released back into our streets to the applause of the Democrats.
Absolutely.
Democrats here approve of this. Many of the victims I cited were assaulted or robbed despite the fact there were multiple charges already filed against them. How many Laken Riley murders are the Democrats willing to accept before we get serious about protecting Americans again?
They don't care.
Let me remind my friends that illegal immigrants are required by the Immigration and Nationality Act to be detained under current law. That law is simply being ignored by the Democrats and their administration.
Exactly. They've already committed a crime just by being illegal. It's in the name.
Individuals who do not pose a threat. That's what one of the Democrats just said this bill does. Unfairly detaining individuals who do not pose a threat. Would you listen to yourselves? Don't pose a threat? They cross the border illegally, a federal crime requiring detention under federal law, and they're released anyway. They're then arrested for other crimes, and they're released by leftist prosecutors anyway. And then they go on to commit heinous crimes, and they don't pose a threat? You know, we've been through these arguments in recent bills that require detainers against aliens committed.
That's an excellent point, David Hurley. Because, you know, I said in the chat, I was just reading last night about a 2-year-old boy who was killed in Maryland. A 2-year-old boy who was killed in Maryland by an illegal immigrant who got in a shootout fight with some other illegal immigrant. And a 2-year-old boy was shot and killed in the process. You never hear the Democrats mention that at all. Why? Because it's a gun in the hands of an illegal immigrant. Oh, conflict of interest there. Yikes.
Committing ID fraud and assault on officers. Let me remind you, current law already provides for mandatory detention of aliens without convictions if they've admitted to committing a crime involving moral turpitude, drug trafficking, drug possession. But armed robbery, how dare the Republicans impose such an unfair provision for a harmless little crime like armed robbery?
Yeah.
Are you even listening to yourselves? If you were, you might understand why Democratic constituencies across the country, and our inner cities especially, are now turning against you en masse. Again,
yep.
We're talking
Chicago
about
is
illegal
saying we're
immigrants who
turning
are
red.
already supposed to be detained under federal law. And there are already provisions for those aliens to contest such an order. Again, under current law, they can request review before an immigration judge who will then determine whether that alien is in fact an alien, whether he fits within the category of mandatory detention, and whether DHS is substantially unlikely to establish that he alone is subject to mandatory detention. So those due process provisions already exist, but I have to ask again, are you serious? You say this is going to make communities less safe by removing robbery suspects from the street? Really? Good luck explaining that to the American people.
Sadly, they are, and they'll try, and they'll be righteous in doing it.
Thank you. Just quickly, again, I want to go through it. The Senate bill was a political document to say that something was happening to correct the situation at the border. It was no more than that. It didn't finish building the wall. It didn't expedite sending people back to their county of origin. It didn't reinstitute the Remain in Mexico policy. It didn't stop catch and release. It did allow millions of illegals just being processed, but to be processed through and to come into the country.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will in a moment. I have to yield back actually to the gentleman from California. It does codify what we consider breaking the law. It is wrong. We need an immigration policy, but we need a good one that rewards those that love the United States of America, that pledge to this country, that care about this country. We just can't allow the existing situation to exist. I don't know how else to say it. It doesn't even do anything like reinstituting something similar to Title 42. It didn't do any of it. It was a bad document. It was a bad bill. I yield back to the gentleman from California.
Right.
And I just want to emphasize what this bill says is that if an illegal alien is charged with a robbery, we need to take them off the streets. And the Democrats are opposed to that. I think that speaks volumes.
Mr. Chairman.
Back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, the law has been completely misstated by the Republicans. Robbery is not a presumption of detention under current law. Armed robbery carries a presumption of detention under current law. This bill would say that you have to have detention for someone who's merely charged with or arrested for committing acts for robbery,
They're not citizens.
arrested
They aren't,
charged with.
they don't have the
Frankly,
same
that's
rights.
un-American.
I'm sorry, but they don't.
What's
They
with the
don't
Bill
have
of
the same
Rights?
rights. They're not
If you're going to
citizens.
penalize someone by putting them in detention, it should be either because they have been convicted of a crime or because a judge under the applicable bail laws has decided that they must remain in detention pending trial because of a flight risk. That's what we should be doing. And that's true of a citizen, it's true of anyone legally present in this country. We are talking, remember about people legally present in this country, not illegal immigrants. Someone legally present in this country who may have been here for 30 or 40 years should not be subject to gross violation of his civil liberties just because a police officer mistakenly, or perhaps not mistakenly, identified him as a bank robber, or, well, not a bank robber beyond robbery, but as a con man or something else. Now, let me say further, I don't have the statistics in front of me, but for all the Sturm und Drang and all the fear tactics, every statistical study that has been done shows that the rate of crimes committed by immigrants to this country, legal and illegal, is less than the rate of crimes committed by native-born Americans. Let me repeat that. The rate of crimes, serious crimes, non-serious crimes, committed by legal and illegal immigrants, either one, is less than the rate of crimes committed by native-born Americans.
That
That's true
statistic
for
is actually
serious crimes,
inaccurate. It's one they
true for
like to
non-serious
quote all the time, but it's inaccurate.
Wish I had the statistics in front of me. I don't. But all the demagoguery we've heard from our Republican colleagues saying that this country is threatened by a great crime wave because of illegal immigrants is pure hogwash. The fact is that this country is faced with something that we cannot tolerate, namely gross, many people illegally crossing our borders, and we have to deal with that. But how do you deal with that if you don't have, and the Republicans talk about catch and release, someone is caught by the Border Patrol and is given a claims political asylum, is entitled to an adjudication of that political asylum, claims political asylum, is given a trial date 5 years from now and released into the country. That's terrible. It is terrible. But why isn't that trial date 3 weeks from now instead of 5 years from now? Because we don't have enough immigration judges. We don't have enough asylum officers. The president has asked for funds to increase the number of Border Patrol people, to increase the number of asylum judges, to increase the number of immigration judges, so that these cases can be adjudicated quickly and you don't have what the Republicans call catch and release.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add a couple of things to this very important set of points you're making, because there were some real misstatements earlier. First of all, presumptive detention is not the same as mandatory detention. So those are two completely different things. In presumptive detention, you actually have the ability, you have to show that the person should continue to be detained. What we're saying in this bill is mandatory detention. That is completely different. Second, even if that were true, currently the list of offenses that carry a presumption of detention are drug cases with a maximum penalty of 10 years or more years of incarceration, use of a firearm in connection with drug charges, acts of terrorism, human trafficking, and most offenses against minors. Robbery is not on this list. So it is not correct what the gentleman on the other side was saying before. And then the final point I'll make is that you're completely conflating the immigration system, which is a civil system, with the criminal system. Those are two different things. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to act like they're the same thing. They are not. If you want to treat them like the same thing, then give every immigrant a public defender. You don't get that.
They're not citizens.
You're just misstating the law for political purposes, or you don't know, I'm not sure, but it is incorrect and factually incorrect what is being said on the other side. I yield back to.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Probably. He did that to about,
Gentleman from
I think,
Georgia.
64 different
Thank you,
things.
Mr. Chairman. I yield to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I said a moment ago about the statistics. I now have the statistics in front of me, so let me give them to you. Immigrants, well, let's start from the beginning. There are currently 45 million people in the United States who are foreign born. Obviously, some people among them are going to be criminals. Unfortunately, Fox News, Newsmax, and the Republicans generally want to fearmonger and scapegoat migrants for everything that's wrong in the country. But here are the facts. First, higher immigration is associated with lower crime rates. According to a 2015 study by the American Immigration Council, between 1990 and 2013, the foreign-born share of the U.S. population grew from 7.9% to 13.1%, and the number of unauthorized immigrants more than tripled from 3.5 million to 11.2 million. During the same period, FBI data indicates that the violent crime rate declined 48%, which included falling rates of aggravated assault, robbery, rape, and murder. The property crime rate fell 41%, including declining rates of motor vehicle theft, larceny, robbery, and burglary. Immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than are U.S.-born individuals. As I said before, here's the key statistic. Immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than U.S.-born individuals. Immigrants have a lower homicide conviction rate than native-born individuals. The homicide conviction rate for undocumented immigrants was 2.4 per 100,000 in 2015, which is lower than the homicide conviction rate of 2.8 per 100,000 for native-born Americans. Legal immigrants, that's undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants have the lowest homicide conviction rate of all at 1.1% per 100,000 legal immigrants. And as a New Yorker, let me address some slander that's been alleged against my
Slander,
hometown.
an accurate representation?
New York is the capital of crime. Nonsense. There's no migrant crime wave in New York. In fact, crime is down in New York this year, according compared to last year. It's down substantially since the 1990s, as it is everywhere in the country. New York's homicide rate is 4.8 per 100,000. Alabama's homicide rate is more than triple that at 15.8 per 100,000 people. More than 170,000 migrants have arrived in New York City since April 2022. But as the migrant numbers have increased, the overall crime rate has stayed flat. And in fact, many major categories of crime, including rape, murders, and shootings, have decreased in that time period, according to analysis of the New York City Police Department's month-by-month statistics since April 2022. So, because of baseless fear-mongering, this bill wants to do away with a basic American right of not being mandatorily incarcerated because
They
you're charged
aren't
or arrested
U.S.
for something
citizens,
you may not have
therefore
done.
not subjected
And
to those same
The
rights.
difference between civil and criminal detention has already been pointed out. But these statistics are very convincing. Mr. Van Drew, Fox, Newsmax, Mr. Trump may all spout nonsense, but the statistics prove it is nonsense, and we shouldn't be guided by nonsense in making public policy. I yield back. I yield back to Mr. Johnson.
Would Mr. Johnson yield?
I'll yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Van Drew, I need to, I caught two of the things that you mentioned that the Senate bill
Mr.
did
Van
not
Drew,
have,
let me
and
crawl back up
wanted
and
to
ask the
make sure
American
you
public
have
and
the
feed them
correct
some more bullshit.
information. You mentioned that the Senate bill does not have remain in Mexico, which HR 2 does have. Just for your information, the Mexican Congress essentially outlawed remain in Mexico. So it's not possible for the United States to use remain in Mexico, which is why I have called HR 2 a fantasy, because the much of what HR 2 depends on is its ability to expel all migrants to Mexico. Mexico has outlawed that and is no longer going to participate in that. The other thing you mentioned is that it does not end catch and release. It actually significantly increases, the Senate bill significantly increases detention capacity in order to do just that. I only say this not in defense of the bill, but in defense of facts. I yield back.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Chairman, I know we got to vote, and I just can't let this go. I'm sorry. The president wanted more money because he wanted more money to process illegals. That was clear, and that was clear from the bill. It's clear in what he said. And as far as the discussion of how wonderful it is to have illegal immigration and how it isn't a problem, and the more we have, the safer our country becomes, I suggest that everybody take a trip and speak to the parents of Lincoln Riley and tell her that that's true, tell those parents that's true. Tell that to the people in New York City that are literally losing their schools because they have to house illegals. Tell that to the legal immigrants, the good men and women that are legal immigrants that are the angriest about illegal immigration. Tell it to the citizens of the United States of America who more and more are expressing their concern about what's happening. They see it, they know it, they feel it in their daily lives, and they feel it in New York. And I'm not saying that. Neutral, liberal pollsters will tell you that. If it's better to open our borders wide, tell me what country has ever prevailed and survived throughout history by having open borders and just letting people in. The bill was a bad bill. It didn't have the catch. It didn't do anything significant, what needs to be done with catch and release. And I know whenever you mention the word, two words, President Trump, people get upset. Let's just talk about the administration. It was a trickle of illegal immigrants coming into the country. And now every year we set new records. We haven't done what we need to do. The bill was bad. If the bill was good, the sponsors and the leaders in the democratically controlled Senate would have been proud to push it through and put it in our laps if it was such a good bill. They couldn't even get it done in the Senate because it's not a good bill. It doesn't deal with the issue. I know it, you know it, the American people know it. They know that something's wrong. They feel it every single day. I yield back. I'm sorry.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
yield back to the gentleman from Oregon.
yield to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you. I know there's been some talk about what is and isn't detained. I used to do this for a living, and probably the reason it's not listed is because presumption of detention, any sentence over 10 years, any crime of violence. The first sentence of the robbery statute in federal court is by force or violence. You don't have to specifically list everything in order for the presumption to kick in, because the presumption on robbery kicks in because of the definition of the offense. And just so everybody is clear, if you've ever practiced in federal court, presumptive detention means detention. We can talk about it in a hearing room all day long and talk about all of these rights that you have and how it works. But the reality is when a prosecutor charges you with a crime in federal court, that will determine whether or not you were released prior to trial. For every citizen, US or otherwise, under the jurisdiction of federal court. And with that, I yield back.
Yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland is
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent.
Gentleman, the ranking member is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent for the following article from the New York Times on February 15th. Be inserted in the record. The title of the article is Migrant Crime Wave Not Supported by Data Despite High-Profile Cases. Several well-publicized acts of violence by migrants in New York have unsettled some city leaders, but police statistics do not point toward a surge in crime.
Without objection. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield to the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you. I just wanted to again go to the facts of unlawful migration under Donald Trump. From February of the first year that Donald Trump was in office until December of the last year he was in office, unlawful migration went up by 300%. So let's just try to talk about the facts in a way that actually reflects the truth versus whatever somebody might want to say. But it is absolutely incorrect to say that illegal immigration went to a trickle under Donald Trump. That didn't happen, despite the fact that he put in some of the harshest immigration provisions, because that doesn't work. It simply moves the cartels to try and game the system even more. It doesn't work. And the facts are that unlawful migration went up by over 300% in Donald Trump's tenure as president. I yield back.
She's crazy.
I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? We have votes, as you can hear from the bells, votes being called on the floor. We can dispose of this amendment, but if the chair's probably not going to call us back, but I should even take out the word probably. We're not going to come back. I think we'll probably adjourn before we go to votes. But okay, yeah. So we would have to probably have to withdraw Sheila's, the gentlelady's from Texas amendment. Then you can bring that back up when we resume the, even though the debate's been great, we're going to do it again is what I'm saying. Yeah. The, Mr.
Chairman.
Ivy, I know, is looking forward to that. That
Mr.
is-
Chairman,
Third time's a charm,
Yeah,
Mr.
buddy.
Chairman.
my understanding then, just to make it clear, is that as we not withdraw, that since we're not going to vote on Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee's amendment, it's going to come up again when we resume the markup.
Yeah.
She can offer it again when we resume.
Yeah, yeah. So I
Thank
think
you.
we'll probably, we got some good legislation done here, 3 bills. We'll resume when we come back in next week.
So without objection, the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas is withdrawn.
Without objection, the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas is withdrawn.
Without objection, the motion to favorably report the bill is withdrawn.
Without objection, the motion to favorably report the bill is withdrawn.
That concludes our business for today.
And that concludes our business for today. The meeting is adjourned.
Okay, let me get this out of here. Some really good debate today. I know, you guys like me feel fairly strongly on a lot of this immigration. It's complicated. It's simplistic in the way to solve it, and Biden could do it today. Tonight, he could have it done. Right now, he's doing a sanitized visit of the border. Apparently, he's not even going to be seeing the areas where he would really get a good feel for what's going on. They're kind of giving him this sanitized border so he can border tour, so he can be like, "Oh yeah, this is great. What we're doing is wonderful." And who knows if he'd actually register it anyway? But yeah, they're not going to be taking him to the areas where there's thousands of immigrants because they can't control that situation as well. But yes, so Ms. Jackson Lee's her amendment to the bill was withdrawn. Yep. Lordy, it's just like it blows my mind. The Democrats, it blows my mind. But you know what? Like I said, like yesterday we were talking about, go check out the, let me see if I can get the, I'll get the link for you. The American, I think it's like Socialist, is it the American Socialist Party? Socialist Party USA. Democratic Socialists of America. Here you go. If you want to, let me get to the part that I was reading yesterday. Socialist strategy articles. It's a long one, but worth a read. And this, I believe, is Democratic Socialists of America. And AOC is a card-holding member This is their strategy now. Keep in mind when you read this, this was written, I think, in about 2016. But you'll see it's actually fairly frightening. You will see that their strategies, many of them haven't been implemented, and they talk about how they are going to take over and the things they're going to do. And democratic socialism requires a huge welfare state. And so once I finally put all of this together, I realized, I was like, this is what they're doing. This is why they're allowing so many illegal immigrants to come into the country and championing it. They want to change the government. This is the reason. Finally, it made sense. Because the vote thing, yes, I could see that, but not to the extent that they're letting them in. This I can see. So everybody, please take some time, go read the link that I put in there for you. Please go read it. And then make it your own mind, see what you think. Maybe you'll agree with me, maybe you won't. But let me know in the comments under the show. Let me know whether you agree. Is this what their strategy is? I think it is. It is the thing that makes the most sense to me. And like I said, AOC identifies herself as a socialist. She does. I didn't realize that until I was doing some research into all of this. And she literally is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. So to me, that's the explanation right there. It makes so much sense after reading this. And of course, we don't hear about it because it's very subversive, right? They're trying to take over without people actually realizing what's going on. And so once I read that and once I really looked at it, all of the news that I was seeing, I saw in a completely different light. And I was like, oh. Like, I can't remember what it was last night. I was reading something on X about, I can't remember which, it's some federal department. I don't know if it's the Department of Transportation or something, but basically they said they weren't going to make any cuts to federal employees. So what they're doing is they're cutting hours down to 0 for a lot of federal employees so that these immigrants could now come in and have a job. It would make space for them. Go read it. Go read it. Democrats are communists. Well, communism is a subset of socialism. So, yeah, you'll see when you read this and you really go through this right here. This is their strategy. You'll see it is going to sound very much like communism because communism is a subset of socialism. So go read it and let me know what you guys think after you've read it, because I'm really curious if you come to the same conclusion that I did. All right, guys. Well, really, really good. Fantastic markups, really great debate that we had today in the Judiciary Committee. I'm glad they did pass the censorship bill, so that will be brought to the full House floor for a vote. So that would be great. Hopefully that passes. I think it's really good. Yes, Snoop, let's keep the Republic strong. Thank you. Yes, the Republic. And thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for being here. And Denver doing this to fund immigrants. Yeah, go read it. Let me know what you guys think. I'll even put the link down in the description below in case you don't get it while you're here in the chat. I really want to know what everybody thinks. So let me know. It's really long. Honestly, I haven't even read the whole strategy article yet. And we went through quite a bit of it yesterday on the show, at the end of the show. But there's a lot on that site. I haven't dug through all of it yet. So I'm really looking forward to it. But anyway, so starting tomorrow, I'm on vacation. Yay! Going to New Orleans. Like I said, Akashi Chris and her husband are going to be there with Dave and I. And so I'm sure Chris and I will pop on and say hi to you guys. And if I'm able to, I might do 1 or 2 shows. We'll see. I'm not quite sure what our schedule is. It's going to be, kind of fairly flexible. But there is going to be a lot of rain. So maybe we'll get on and do something every now and then just to say hi to you guys. But then the week after that, so the week after next, we'll be back and we'll be raring to go, waiting to watch more congressional hearings and talk about all kinds of fun stuff with you guys. Yeah, I know. This week is so nice there, and then next week is just all rain. So, but you know, it's New Orleans. It's like Florida. It rains all the time. I'm used to it. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I always love it. And as always, great conversation in the chat. Thank you all so much. Miss Dorothy, if you're listening, I hope your back is feeling better soon. And with that, I'm going to send you out with some music. And oh, happy birthday, XJ. Wow. Well, happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful time this weekend and do something fun. Enjoy yourself. All right, guys, I will see you. I don't know when next, but it'll be soon. All right. Bye, guys.
Scatteringly as the days go, dragging us along like ragdolls. Make these moments move faster. It's our latest disaster. There's no place I'd rather be anyway. This will do for a while. Gather your thoughts so we can run away from it all and ease our minds. We'll try to make it all matter, pave the way for the shattering of youth. Promise our real lives not far behind. Leave nothing to chance and we will not find. Still, I'd like to be here for a while. Try to make it all matter, pave the way for the shattering of youth. Promise our real lives not far behind. Leave nothing to chance and we will not find. Still, I'd like to be here for a while. Still, I'd like to be here for a while. Scatteringly as the days go, dragging us along.